Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, June the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I have a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, guys, obviously we're going to have a huge market open. Let's see if this holds. Market is up a lot already, and we'll have to see if this holds. Lots happening, especially in the oil sector, energy sector. I actually mentioned that I took this SSL. I took it right here in the pre-market at I think it was 10:04. I have sold some out at 10:43. I am considering swinging this. I'm not a big swing trader. This has been on my watch list probably for 4 or 5 days, all the way back here. And man, it's almost a double from there. So I'm always saying my watch list is not designed just for intraday holds, though that's typically how I use it. But also you can find some really interesting swing trade setups. So SSL certainly was one of them. Let's take a look at what else is happening. Now this one is crazy one. CHK. If you were in the room on on Friday afternoon, it had that big pop. Actually, it had a drop, and then at the end of the day, it really started to accelerate. Look at this pop. It actually got up to what, almost $50. Again, I don't know. I can't see any specific news on it. This, other than nears bankruptcy, as coronavirus takes its toll. That's the only. If you look right there. That's the only news I have on it. Of course, they did a 1 for 200 reverse split. Can't remember exactly when, maybe a month ago or so. So this is really not a $39 stock. Divide that by 200. That's the real. Don't even have a float. Don't have no float for this. I think somebody told me it was around 16 million. Anyway, tread very carefully on that one. Big news here. This is an HIV cure possibility. I don't hear about HIV that often anymore, but ENOB. I saw this one when it got up. I got up early enough. It's 4 o'clock my time. I saw this. Okay, cool. From $5, and then it exploded almost to 20. Now it's pulled back. ENOB, and low float, 14 million in the float. So if you just read the news on it, it announces a successful completion of FDA Interact meeting for a potential cure for HIV. SPCB, gotta type it in right, SPCB. Did see they had some news, something about, was it Latvia? Awarded a new 5-year national electronic monitoring contract in Latvia. So that's the news for SPCB, another low float through the 200-day moving average. So this could get interesting. I'm sorry, that's the week. Sorry, excuse that. And the aforementioned SSL that I might swing it, guys. Look at the room it's gone. All these energy plays are just. Look at Oxy. This is the one that I'm kicking myself a bit. But look at Oxy. Big move on Friday. And another continuation. Yeah, there's my little price alert for SSL. I'm going to keep sticking them here. See if I can induce it upwards even more. Okay, now this one's all over the place. GNUS. I had, news on Friday. A couple of execs, I think one from Fox, one from Disney joining them. So it is start. So that didn't look very good. All the way down to 550. A lot of volume coming into it right now. GNUS can be a wild trader. XAN, another. In other investment pools and funds, we've seen this little category, this sector. So XAN, I think MIT is also in that one. Yes, it is. Obviously it can take out 5 again. I think it was up above 5. Yeah, it was a little over 5 this morning. Excuse me, guys. Got a catch in my throat. Lots and lots of room, of course. OPTN, here's one that has actually gapped down a bit. I think they lost some kind of a ruling against Teva. They lost a court ruling against Teva for their drug, OPTN. I'm sorry, OPNT, OPNT. Okay, come on, Sassel. Let's see if we can get you through 1050. A lot of old school stocks also. Look at US Steel. The US Steel on the move here through the 200-day moving average on Friday. Continuing. Macy's, even Macy's. I know it had a bit of a pullback. Macy's was over 10, almost over 10. Just flirting with 10. Macy's. Another real small energy play, guys. You might want to keep an eye on this one. CRC. Now it's pulled back quite a bit percentage-wise. I was watching this and when it was over 3. Lots of room, of course, for this one, California Resources. Lyft, LYFT. Keep an eye on this one. This is through the 200, at least it was. It's right at the 200-day moving average, 39.81, so it's basically right there. Okay, SSL, come on. Shameless. I know I'm shameless in plugging it, but again, I might swing this one. You get that bid over 1050. Party, PRTY, another one that has gapped up. PRTY. Guys, I'm just watching the SSL. Party, PRTY, another one that is gapped up. Sorry. PRTY, another one that is really gapped up. And it's pulled back a little bit here. Actually, not that much. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, there's some room to 3. You can see a lot of resistance right around 3. I am a tease about swinging, I know, but that one. And even Michaels is having a nice little bounce. So some of these, these name companies, the only problem I have with it, a lot of resistance right around the 8 level. It had earnings last week, I think last week, June the 4th. I actually think I saw a little upgrade from JP Morgan. So there's Michaels. And if you are following the trade of the week is PayPal. I think it's considered live at 156.34. If you got the email this morning, the trade of the week email, almost at an all-time high. Of course, kind of piggybacking a little bit on eBay. All right, let me see, what time is it now? 9:14. Let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analysts this morning. A little more activity on both. Let me try to get a few of them in here. I think there are going to be a lot of energy plays. Yeah, there's the upgrade for Michaels, MIK from JP Morgan. I'm just seeing that. Dunkin' Donuts. I guess we're not Dunkin' Donuts anymore, but Dunkin' is an upgrade. There's a lot of these companies in the food sector are starting to come back. So there are some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. No, SSL is just going to turn into, I know guys, you hear me say this every now and then, but I may swing that one. I love the fact that it's over over $10 now. You got to capitalize on the sector. Just a few more to go. Notice I haven't talked about the airlines this morning. And I did see NCLH earlier. NCLH, I did see that one. So it is, yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, you know, listen, if you think this industry is coming back, and I guess there's no reason not to think it's going to eventually come back. I mean, there it is, NCLH. There's a big move it had on Friday. The only issue, of course, is that it did get up to 24, and then it sold off a couple of dollars. But I guess in the overall scheme of things, that's not the worst thing. If you believe the industry is going to keep crawling back, yeah, I'm such a terrible swing trader. It's just, I don't know. It's just I'm just not used to it. It's that simple. Just 1 second, please. I just want to answer this email. Just one moment, please. Okay, just answering somebody saying not getting information. Pre-market, a lot of times, guys, if you're trying to get information in the pre-market, I'd say 99% of the time it's because you're using the relative volume filter in one of your... Sorry, you're using the relative volume filter as one of your filters. If you're using the relative volume filter for anything in the pre-market, you will not get any information in the pre-market. That's because the relative volume filter looks at, call it normal market hour volume, and that's what it's comparing it to. So it's seeing, so it just doesn't work. It's that simple. Yeah, Oxy, definitely Larissa is the other one that, man, oh man, what a move. All right, guys. So not obviously, I always say that, and it's not obvious at all. But if you want to follow my watch list up and down and it's repeating, new symbol list name this week for those of you who know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, just click on new channel bar and my windows, Barry's windows. Okay. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45, 15 minutes after the market opens. You will start getting stocks here right off the bat. But in these two windows, nothing will happen until at least 9:45. So if you want to follow these three windows, that's it. It's not my entire layout. It's just these three windows plus a couple of charts. Welcome JSN in the YouTube feed. It is nearly there. Okay, nearly there. There's no hotkey, Billy. But if I'm understanding your question, you can go to click on Windows and show all, or sorry, show all. If I'm understanding your question. All right, 9:22. Well, that's all you can do. There's no hotkey, no. Here's another one that is gapping up. CTHR, CTHR. CTHR, there's a gap up here for this one through the 200-day moving average. Lots of resistance, not that far away, around $1.50. So I don't know. 25 million in the float. Let's see if I can. See if there's any specific news on this one. I don't think I've ever heard of this one before. What do they do? Jewels and finished jewelries worldwide. No, I haven't heard of them before. Anyway, that's an interesting gap up through the 200-day moving average. However, again, you just have to look at all this potential resistance here. Okay, give me one moment, please. Yeah, what a move Boeing had on Friday. What a move it had. And it's still on the move. I mean, look at that. Well, actually, the week. I mean, it had an incredible week. 140. It's 220. It's right there now. Keep an eye on this one, this ENOB. Again, HIV is not in the news that much anymore, but man, ENOB. Look, what a pop here. I guess it's a lifetime high now. This is really, I mean, was doing nothing for days and days, weeks, really, nothing. Now all of a sudden, this announcement this morning for ENOB. This is one that is not shortable for me either at Interactive Brokers. All right, so what I normally do right now is I'm just going to close these two down and get set for the open. Well then, Eric, you're a happy man. I do see that, again, oh, it is shortable now for me. LK is, how many shares just for fun? Actually, a lot of shares, 240,000 shares. This is now shortable for me. LK, of course, in the news a lot over the last several weeks. LK, a lot of traders were piling into this one on Friday and Thursday and Friday last week. Hopefully they didn't hold. Okay, thank you for that, Julio. I did not know that. Julio, Billy, who's answering your question, is the developers that trade ideas. So he certainly knows what he's talking about when it comes to, I had no idea about that. Keep an eye on this SPCB. It's over the, I'm sorry, I keep saying that. I keep saying that. That's the 200. That's the weekly, so it's well over the 200-day, of course. It's kind of holding its own. What did it get in the pre-market? Actually, it got fairly high. Got up to $3, so it's pulled back quite a bit. But it is trying to rebound a bit here. 11.6 million in the float. I can just look at the daily chart. Massive breakout here. If you look at the monthly chart, probably see some resistance right around the area it's at, around that 250 mark. If it can break through 250, then it's got a lot of room on a percentage basis. This one is also active, MFGP. Look at this nice break here too. Had a nice week last week. Now it's trying to, it's trying to break out of all of this little cluster here. It's not a low float. MFGP. And the SPY, let's take a look at the SPY. I mean, it's just flattened out right now. I mean, guys, that's where we were pre-virus. There was the all-time high in the SPY. We're not that far away. That's what you call a V-shaped recovery. Like you won't see very many times in our lifetime. I don't think anyway. Not with the overall market. Well, I suppose keep an eye on GNUS. Okay. It's had a big sell-off right down here. That's a lot of volume too, but it did pop. All right, guys, the market's going to open in less than a minute, about 30 seconds from now. So let's have a great start to our trading week. Again, typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things try to settle down a little bit. SIX 6 is, yeah, look at this, some volume coming into this. Six Flags, of course. A lot of these, well, if you know what Six Flags is all about, a lot of these stocks, companies are starting to come back. Maybe people getting a little more confident about going to Six Flags, and now the market is open. All right. Okay, market's active, of course, right off the bat. NCLH. Yeah, boy, these are tough intraday traders. I find very, very tough. But I guess if you look at the overall and the big picture for these cruisers, and you have some confidence that they're all going to come back. Well, it's lots of room, obviously. But to try to intraday trade it, a little bit tough. On semiconductor, ON, this is room. Actually, not that much room. I shouldn't say that. You look at that weekly chart, looks like you've got some resistance about 2160. So it's right around here. If it can break through that, then it's got a lot more room. That's ON, big float, 404 million in the float. We've had some halts right off the bat. ADIL was halted. And this one was halted on the way down, but ADIL is halted. Yeah, no love for ENOB. So look at the airlines now. To get a reading on the SPY here. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right, so there's a little bit of pressure right off the bat for the energy stocks. A little bit, well, not, it's quite a bit of pressure right now. MRO, APA, what's Oxy doing? Okay, you potential swing trade for me. SSL. Remember, I'm in this one at 10:04 from the pre-market. I did sell some at 10:43, and I'll see if I can hang on to a lot, the rest of them. It is a experimental one, though I don't think it's working like we thought it would. To be honest, this number here, this VWAP stop should be, well, no, it should be a lot more than the old VWAP stop. It's trying to take into account that stocks are volatile in the first little bit, so putting wider stops with this new one. But I don't really think it's working, to be honest. I'm going to actually. Supposedly, yes. Okay, Sid, but if you did it last week, there's a new symbol list. So make sure if you go into it, click on configure, symbol list and make sure that nearly there is checked. Okay, yeah, there's a new symbol list name. So if you saved it from last week, you always have to do it every week. I changed the symbol list name. Well, guys, top. Well, JC, I do it, for you guys. So the criteria, I'm not going to say it's private or it's proprietary, but no, I'm not going to divulge it. I mean, I'd like people to click on new channel bar and my windows, and I just have to wait for the alerts to come in. You, of course, can create your own, like your own swing trading ideas. My my ZI, is it moving? Is it? Let's see. Yeah, it's just not the price I want. Unfortunately, it's just not the price I want. I was hoping that this would maybe even pull back quite a bit, but so unfortunately. But JC, if you have our program, all you have to do is load, and you can right click and configure. You can see. You can see what I'm using. Not to, you have to understand that when I create my symbol list, I'm looking at about 10 scans, okay? After hours. I'm looking at about 10 scans after hours. I go through a lot of stocks, and then I make a determination whether I think a stock should be added to the symbol list for the next day. That is not, I cannot teach that because, a lot of it is sort of a gut feel and looking at the daily, the weekly, and the monthly. So it's not just it's not an automatic. Just because just because stocks appear in the scan that I'm looking at doesn't mean, of course, that it's an automatic that they'll be added to the symbol list. So it's just one of those things. I try to do the best I can to create the symbols that every day will give us some interesting looks. Friday was awesome. It's not going to be like that every day, but look at CAR. CAR just continues. Okay, Eric, I see your question. Well, how it works, I'm sharing a lot of scans. It's not complex. It's not complex. It's just experience. A lot of experience goes into it. At least I hope some experience goes into it, making judgment calls about. Look at PK, guys. Here's another one. But it is, well, a lot. Yeah, it's time. It's time consuming. It is time consuming. You guys wonder why I shut down at 3 every day instead of going, because I have another, I don't know, anywhere from an hour and a half of more work once the market closes. I'm not crying in my soup on it. I'm just saying that's the reality. This was on the watch list as an example, YTRA. I don't think, because of what it did on Friday, but, obviously I don't think this is going to trigger, certainly not on the long side. Okay, let's see how some of the early ones with the Oxys and the MROs. Okay, so Oxy has not recovered yet. MRO, let's see, did it? I know it had a little pop down, so it's not. You know what's holding nicely though is, if you're in this with me, this SSL. I mean, that is really holding nicely. All right, I'm going to load my window. I hope I'm just going to see whether or not you should be seeing. You have to load it from the channel bar. Look at, where's news, guys? Oh, now it's on the way down. I'd steer clear of this one for a while anyway. Wow. Just give me a moment here, guys. I just want to check in the channel. I want to make sure things are updating the way I think they're supposed to be. So new channel bar, my windows. Okay, well, I don't know what you're doing because there it is. Okay. I didn't say to buy news. I didn't say that at all, Jason. And I don't give advice. So JSN, you should be seeing this watch list. Oh, you're just kidding. Okay. Well, how do I know that? So if you're loading it from the channel, I mean, you should be seeing this JSN. It's got nothing to do with your being a premium subscriber. But if you click on new channel bar in my windows, I'm looking right there and everything is loading as it's supposed to be. Look at Adil, guys. Adil was ripping in the pre-market here. Okay, Sid, you have to load from my channel, okay? If you load from the channel, new channel bar, and then load my windows. Now remember though, everything in a channel bar is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay, Jason. Just a second, guys. I'm having to answer a question here. Well, but I'm trying to tell them that if they have, yeah, they have the old watch list. Yeah, okay. But Sid, when did you save it to the cloud? Okay, I'm going to show you. Okay, if you right click configure, okay, you have to, every week it changes. Every single week it changes. So right click Symbolist, I'll show you an easy way. But if you click on if you click every Monday morning, click new channel bar, okay, before the market opens, load my windows, then you can save them to the cloud again, okay, and incorporate it as part, but you have to do it every Monday morning. Because I change my symbol list the other thing is I do reserve the right to change some of the filters that I'm using. Okay, so if you want the most up-to-date version of my channel, load it every Monday morning. I will not change it during the week. So just, you know, if you want the most up to date, then you have to load it every Monday morning. Okay, so here are a couple that are starting to show up. I don't know how to help you, JCN. And if you're on the desktop version and you click on, from the toolbar, New, Channel Bar, and My Windows, okay? Can you see? Are you able to follow me? Okay, and there they are. Okay, I've got to expand this SPY because I can't tell what's happening really. On that 15-minute, okay. So the SPY is basically just really doing nothing right now. Of course, it's still up. Well, if you want them all, you update them both. All three of them, all three windows, okay? Look, I know it's confusing, but I'll tell you the reason. I want you guys to click on my channel. It's that simple, okay? Proves to the brass that you guys are liking my channel. How's that? Shameless plug. Just a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So we're getting some volatility halts here, guys. Sundance Energy Australia. Best channel ever. Okay, so CHK just resumed. Be very careful with this, guys. I mean, there's honestly no reason why this is up 64%, and at one point in the pre-market it was up to almost 50. There is no reason. All right. So just be very careful if you're, you know, at all wanting to dabble in this CHK. I believe somebody told me that the float is around 16 million. All right, let's see. And again, you know, I struggled with putting this one in here, but you know, I put it in here just in case it did something absolutely insane. And GOL, guys, I mean, this one, what a run it's had. GOL, South American, I think Brazilian airline. There's the XAN, 368, 379 right now. One of these in this sector, financial sector. Again, you see why this made the list, CCO. You see the move it had on Friday right there. So I'm always looking, okay, if it had any continuation, I mean, look at the room it has. That's why a stock makes my symbol list and why they trigger. They're only going to trigger if they're above the previous day's high, which of course this one is, and some other filters in place. But yeah, BOR is triggering now, BORR. Yep. And wait for the pre-mark for the high to be taken out, BORR. Look at Rite Aid. Rite Aid is okay. The XOG, little energy stock. Another real cheap, really a cheap one here. Cheap one, but not a low float. 138 million in the float. Okay, so JSN. Unfortunately, I'm going to give you a link to come into the what you don't see. There is another trading room. Okay. There are kind of two concurrent trading rooms. One is a YouTube feed, which you're in. So let me give you a link for the trading because it's a lot easier for me to share my links in the other room, in the trading room as I call it. It's a lot more activity in that room. So I'm going to give you a link for it, and then I can. It's not a layout that I'm going to be able to share with you, but individual windows that you can kind of pick and choose what you want. Okay, guys, Azul, another South American airline here, Azul, so Gol, G-O-L, and Azul. Okay, I'm very happy with the way SSL is trading right now. It did not have a big pullback like some of the other oil plays. See if Murphy has recovered. So Murphy has recovered, but you see SSL did not do something like that, which, always erodes my confidence in trying to swing something. But SSL seems to be holding nicely. In fact, more than nicely. There's no difference. Well, the difference is this: in the trading room you're in, MR, it's just more activity among traders. But it's the same in terms of hearing me and seeing my screen. It's just that in this room, I can put links in way easier. Okay, people want to. I can share things way. Wow, look at this. As you know, famous swing trader that I am, I will. I'd love to swing this one. I mean, it's got just a ton of room. And I jest, of course. I'm not a big swing trader, but okay, JSN, can you hear me? Okay, XOG just got halted. Oh, on the way down, unfortunately, if you were in that one. XOG just got halted on the way down. Well, CHK, guys, I mean, it's working, but be careful. 42, there's the alert. See what's happened since. 844 for GOL. Wow, 878 now. XAN, 368, 390 now. 163, it's kind of holding right there. CCO. I see the AI hasn't taken a trade yet. Bohr 169, kind of just hanging there. Another small one, guys. ARLP, another small one. Look at the room this one has got. Boy, this another could be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I mean, look at the room this has got. ARLP. Now this is, again, I don't know how to read this sector exactly. I mean, it's coal, so it's not oil and gas, but they all seem to be linked right now. Another small one, RRC, rain. I mean, so many are looking like this. And when we talked about this all last week, now eventually they're not all going to look like this. Eventually they're going to start really filling in these voids more. But right now, I mean, there's so many stocks that are got this collapse and then the recovery, which has been taking place over the last few weeks, but they still have a lot of room. Well, it's up to you, King of Trade. I mean, what about it? I mean, AAL, again, if you think the airlines are coming back, but, you know, AAL had a pretty decent pullback. I'm not, I don't give advice, right? I'm not saying, yes, you should swing this because, you know, the airlines are coming back. But car, though, my goodness, car has just been on a tear. Ever since it took out that 200-day moving average, that's about $10 ago last week, 26.53, almost $10 ago. Of course, they're probably also benefiting from the fact that Hertz has filed for bankruptcy, so their business is, of course, going to benefit from that. All right. Shoot! I didn't see this. So there's a very quick alert for from the AI. I didn't see that one. You must have something, San. You must have something going on with your time zone. I mean, you must have a different time zone or something that. I'm not saying it's a conflict, but I mean, it's a 9:47, but if it's showing it... Oh, I see. I don't know. Mine said 9:47. Mine said 9:47 right there, so I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh. Yeah, because I didn't. Yeah, man. So is that the same with everybody? Because I said I didn't hear that alert at 9:47. You're right. Okay, let me just. No, it doesn't have a time issue. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to, of course. Give me a second here. Which is too bad. Yeah, that's bad. No, I don't know what to say. I'm gonna have. I've already passed that on to development. So well, I mentioned Mick earlier though, before the AI, saying that this is nice little comeback for it. Had earnings last week, and old school. Well, old school. I mean, it's a name company. Now coming into a lot of resistance right here. So if it takes this out right there, 808 or so, 810 or so, this has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there. So this is not advice. I'm just saying this is what I see on that weekly chart. It does have room to about 11. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing that out on that weekly chart. Well, another one. So YRCW, they're a shipper, has room maybe to 3, 35 million. So guys, listen, I just want an absolute confirmation from everybody, okay? Because I know those of you with the AI, I want an absolute confirmation because you're right, I didn't hear it. Remember I said, geez, I missed that one. I want an absolute confirmation that when the MIK alert that shows 947, can you give me a kind of a time frame when you actually saw it for sure? So 947, when did you actually see it? When did it appear? I thought I just missed it, you see. I thought I'm doing a lot of stuff and I thought I just might have missed but I don't recall, I didn't recall seeing it, so. $8.55, okay. So, okay guys, only talk in terms of, so 9:55, okay? Eastern time, right? Eastern time, 9:55. Man, I can't, I don't use a 1 minute time frame, okay? That's all I can say. I can't recommend which one for you to use. A lot of people will use 1 minute, 2 minute. You see, I don't use anything less than a 5. But that again, that's just my style of trading, okay? So I can't say which one you should use. Okay, guys. Well, listen. There still could be a chance to get back into the MIK. Again, I'm thinking there's a lot of. Look where it got to. There's a lot of resistance. I mean, it's amazing how it works. It got up to 810. I was saying there's some resistance right around that area, right around between 810, 820. All right, CRC, CRC 310. There was the alert at 310. So it's at 321 right now. And again, look at the room it's got. If you look left on that weekly chart, 451. RRD is just on a mission. Another one, look at the room it's got. The high looking left is 194. So if it takes out 2, and then you look left, the next resistance area is around 276 for RRD. And here goes the boar. So far, now why I organize it like this for my watch list up and down, nothing is triggered from the down. Let me make sure I've got my symbol is checked. Yeah, okay. Just nothing triggering because, of course, the market, though the market is putting in a bit of a red bar now. You are absolutely right. Okay, you're absolutely right. In fact, I didn't get the rad up there. There were so many things happening. I was trying to click on it, but you know what happens sometimes? This basic new highs and lows move so quickly that I kept not being able to click on it. And then I kind of forgot about it. But you're absolutely right. Look at rad. And I know I said Rite Aid, but I never clicked on the chart. Shouldn't say never. I didn't click on it then. All right, guys, there's board. Oh, so what I wanted to point out, this is what I do with the watch list up and down. This is the first instance of the alert. You won't see boar any time after this. You'll see boar here, assuming it keeps making new highs for the day, or any one of them. But this is the first instance of the alert, so you can kind of see, okay, what happened after the alert? So there's the alert for boar at 9:45. The price was 169. Obviously, pretty well, awesome. $2. That's a great percentage move. And so this is why you can kind of go back and see, okay, what happened? So the CCO has not moved. I mean, it had a little bit of a move, but it hasn't not worked really. The XAN, XAN, yeah, it got up to 4. GOLL got up to 882. This one, I'm afraid to look. It's actually it's halted again, but from 42, it did get up to 47. MUR, another Murphy Oil, 822. And CRC, which I'm very interested in. CRC, the longer it holds over that whole number, 3. Got room. All right, guys. I'll tell you what. Keep an eye on TEL. You know what? I mean, all it really has to do is break 2. I mean, look at the room it's got. TEL, TELL. Oh, Heather, I don't know. I probably won't be able to analyze it any better than you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't know. Okay, so Sanjay, I don't share my entire layout, but what I do is this. If you click on the scan, if you click on this room drive icon or the scans tab within the trading room, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Or if you click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, download, and that'll go to a Word document, and then you can pick and choose the scans that make sense to you, okay, that you might want to have. I don't share my entire layout because I have a lot of, like, there's just too many windows, okay, and a lot of people won't want every one of them. So that's why I kind of give it to you as a kind of an a la carte. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want, okay? Yeah, Chris, no, it is, I've notified development that. You know what, guys? I mean, this tell, I'd be watching this one going forward. I mean, the next high looking left on that weekly chart is about 238. I'm sticking an alert around 206. And just go to the chart, Aman. Just go to your chart and place wherever you want. Like you see how my cursor, I'm moving my mouse up and down. Wherever you want the price alert to occur, put it at that price, and then just right click, create price alert, save, done. You can put a note in if you want, but it's pretty simple. So again, just go right to the chart and put, just move your cursor wherever you want the price. Now, if you want to, you can also create price alert and you can type it in also and then save, and that's it. Make sure you have to load your price alerts window, new price alerts window, in order to see them later on, okay? And then if you do what I do, if you have your price alert window up and running, what I do is I minimize it, because then if I get an alert, it's going to pop up on my screen. And you can put a sound alert on it also. And if you organize it, if you sort on the triggered column, get the last one, you'll always see it. You'll see the last one that triggered. Okay? Do I like Mist? I remember Mist on Friday. I don't have it triggering here. Well, yeah, I mean, you're right. So you look left on that one, 439. So, I mean, this has a lot of room, guys. It'll be very interesting. It's a low float, 8 million in the float, lots of volume. Just give me a moment here, please. But again, I'm not telling you to buy it here. I'm just saying, it certainly has a lot of room if it wants to run. Well, here, okay, RLJ, this is a cheaper one. Again, look at the moves these ones have made. RLJ, so it's almost at Friday's high. Or sorry, yeah, Friday's high, RLJ. Meanwhile, IVR, what do they do? Okay, it's part of this. So IVR, what's MIT doing? MIT was over 5 earlier. Well, it's over 5 now, MITT. And what's the XAN doing? Again, this is a strange little sector. Other investment pools and funds. XAN. I mean, look at the room these ones have. A lot of them are all going to look like this. Got hammered. When the virus hit, all these got hammered. Look at this. I mean, they're all looking the same. Now that's one I don't know at all. I don't think GECC. Yeah, I mean it's in the same. It's take your pick. I mean, it says other financial vehicles, but it's the same as the MIT and the XAN and all those little ones that are trying to come back. It doesn't have as much room as the other ones, but I mean, look at the room this one has as an example. If you were going to try to attack that industry or that sector, I'd be looking more for patterns like this. A lot more room that it can move. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch the SRC or CRC. Sorry, CRC. Not. want to see how well it holds this. If it gets back over 3, I might hop in. Let me see if I can have a question about. All right, so I think this one will work, Luca. The change in 20 days percent, so 20%, I guess. Okay, Luca. So if you type in, I think this one will help. Okay. All right, I'm going to give you a link which you can read. It's a nice video that was done by Michael Noss last week. Okay, and I'm going to encourage you to watch this, Billy. Of course, I'm familiar with Bonpera. Michael Noss, yeah, and he's not might be. He's a Canadian like myself. Yes, of course. Sono, guys, look at Sono. Look at the volume that just come into Sono, and look at the room it's got. Sono, look at the room. Now the only issue is that 200-day is looming just above it, 1251, 1214. Price right now, so it's too bad. It's too bad that 200-day is right above it. That's too bad. The ENOB was really flying in the pre-market. No shorts available for me. Again, something to do with HIV, and haven't seen that in the news for a long time, but another one, FTSE, FTSI. This was so active last week also. I mean, there's so many like this. Look at FTSI. Look at the jump. 100%. Oh no, he officially no, he's part of the AIT or the Trade Ideas team. Michael is, yes, Bonpera. Tyler, I can't answer questions like that. How far do you think it can go? No, seriously, man. Like I get questions like that. I have no idea. Okay, you have to look at a weekly chart, and you have to sort of look at that and go, okay, There's 25.48, kind of an area right there. I'm not saying it's going to get there. No, 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 no. You're not going to. I'm never going to say, well, all I can say is get used to looking at the resistance on the higher time frames. You can answer a lot of, I'm not just picking on you, Tyler, but I mean, you can answer a lot of those questions by yourselves, okay? If you start to look at the higher time frames, you know, the potential where these things can run to. No, there's only the two of us, PJ. Yeah, mostly the others are, yeah, mostly in California. Boy, PGEN, another. Actually, this is not. What the heck did these guys do? It doesn't look like a bio, but it looks like it is kind of a bio. PGEN. I don't think I've really seen this one before. Looks like, I mean, it looks like, I doubt it. I may be wrong, but it looks like this was an IPO back here, or it could have been a symbol name change. Okay. Ha! Jason, well, you got awfully lucky. Okay, yeah. I mean, you know, I almost want to say I wish that hadn't happened. I mean, I'm so happy for you, but don't. I mean, that was such a risky thing to do. I mean, you got rewarded, okay, but just be careful the next time. I say I'm very glad it worked out for you. Yeah, I think you're kidding, right, Trader? I think you're kidding, Trader 29C. I'm pretty sure you're just kidding, pulling my leg. Oh, I thought you were okay. So I can't give any advice like that. You know, it's highly. I mean, this sort of a stock that did a 1 for 200 reverse split a while back. I don't know how long ago it was, maybe a month ago. I can't remember anymore. There's zero reason why it's up, other than it's just traders piling into it. So I mean, it's highly speculative. Okay. And it's also halted right now. All right, guys. So I'm seeing some of these energy stocks giving it up. Okay. They're pulling back. So be careful with the energy stocks. I mean, long term maybe, but I mean, right now, a lot of these energy stocks are starting to pull back. There's the Fossil. Fossil had an earnings on the 3rd, and the reaction, where's that daily chart? Well, obviously pretty good. So I mean, this still has some room. FOSL. And Fossil has actually it's a fairly good float, 45 million in the float. Not too low and not certainly not excessive, FOSL. Well, guys, you know the swing trader that I am. You probably know what I've already done. And it basically was a matter of following what the heck was happening with all the other oil stocks, okay? You got it. Now I can always get back in. Can always get back in, but right now I'm completely out of it. It's the only trade I've taken today. Well, it's not so much a strategy, Russ. It's just that I like to see things settle down a little bit. I mean, even after 15 minutes doesn't mean everything is settled down. But I mean, I used to take earlier trades. I used to trade, right on the open. And what was happening for me is that you guess right. Yeah, you can if you catch that rocket ship that just keeps moving higher right at the open, great. But what was happening to me is that so many times the stock would whip up and down, and I would get stopped out. Okay, so I decided just to delay my trading style for 15 minutes, wait for 15 minutes, even though it's awfully hard, I know, to see stocks that are moving right off the bat. But I just found that it just wasn't working for me. So that was the reason. I mean, and again, it's not a recommendation, but that was the reason why I do it. Yeah, I am a pure momentum trader, and I'm not good at buying the dips. Oh yeah, I mean some of these oil plays are just just not holding. Doesn't mean they're bad, but it just not holding. Look at what Muir did though. Also, it got right up a little bit above the 200-day moving average, and it just stopped. Just stopped. What's Fossil doing right now? See if Fossil is holding. Yeah, Fossil is interesting. FOSL guys, I'd like to see it pause a little bit because right now we'd be in pure chase mode. Not for me at Apex. No, I have not done that. So here's another one, GME. I wouldn't touch it unless it broke five. You can just see the resistance. But even if it broke five, it doesn't have a lot of room. Six. I mean, it doesn't have that much room. GME. Wow, it's 10:36 already. Okay, guys, typically at 10:30 I start talking about some of the links we've got. But first of all, big welcome to anybody who is brand new into the room this morning. This is the format, Monday to a Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And for those of you who are not Trade Ideas subscribers, you know this is a free room. You did not have to be a subscriber to be in the room. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans, okay? And a lot of these scans can be accessed from either clicking on the Scans tab within the trading room, Scans. So they're all here. You can kind of pick and choose. Hopefully I've named them so they make sense. So you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want. Or maybe easier, if you click on that Room Drive icon, looks like a half-open folder. If you click on that, scans that I share, download, that will go to a Word document. And then you can take a look at them all at your leisure later on. And in order to load all you have to do is copy the link from the Word document, copy it, and then file load from cloud, and paste it right in the box, and then load it. And then it'll be on your screen. And remember, if you like it, if you want to keep it, then you have to save it, to the cloud. So once it's on your screen, right click, save, save. Now it's in your cloud. Now, it's there. It'll be there forever. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. There's a promo code, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, except for the numeric 4, of course. And that's 15% off either the first month only or the entire year. This is how much a Trade Ideas subscription costs. We have 4 plans. The preferred, I don't want to call it the preferred plan, but the premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15% for the standard. The huge difference is the AI. So if you're going to get the premium service, it's because you want the AI, which I'm going to go over. You do not have to start off. With a yearly plan. You can always try this out. Standard monthly plan, $118 a month, less the 15%, or the premium, $228, less the 15%. Remember, that discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you'd like to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code to upgrading either from standard to premium or from a monthly plan to an annual plan. Okay, now I'm going to go over some of the links. I do see a question that came in. Whoops. So before I do that, let me just see what the question was. Not really, JB. No, I don't. I only put in one of them. I put a target just to demonstrate how you can do it. But typically, I do not put a target in. That's just me, though. That's not a recommendation. That's just me. Okay, let me take a look at some of the links, or let's take a look at some of the links here. So we've already gone over the subscription. Trade of the Week, which is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can subscribe for it right there. Brokerage Plus Intro. This is a 27 or 28 minute video that was done by Michael Noss, who's really our expert on interactive brokers and Brokerage Plus. Okay, I would encourage you to watch. A lot of the questions that I get all day long in the trading room can be answered if you just take the time to watch that video. Okay, I do a daily video, basically kind of a recap of what's happened in the room. I do it between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. The TI download, you should have the latest version of Trade Ideas. I think it's 4.2.51 or something like that. You'll know you don't have it if you don't have the similar tab. And if you don't have the buy and short buttons right on the charts, okay? 20 short video lessons, really good little video, okay? For people just getting used to Trade Ideas, and maybe you're just taking out a subscription and you're wondering, well, how do I do this? How do I do that? If you click on the 20 short video lessons, now it says, look at Fossil, guys, FOSL, on the move. So if you click on this, and of course it says 20 lessons in 20 days, they're very short videos. You can, of course, go at your own pace, but what is a top list? Building a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. So a lot of the basic features that we offer within Trade Ideas can be answered if you take the time to watch these videos, okay? Training, the training link, it's a little more involved, but it does have that link about the 20 lessons. Also has all the webinars right here. They're all free. You can register for them all right here. Basically Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. They're all archived. Okay. Next test drive sign up. Click on that link and you'll be brought to this page. So typically the next one could be in August. We typically do them every 3 months. The last one was just completed about 2 weeks ago. Very successful. We had about 4,000 people sign up for it. So if you want to be notified exactly when the next one would be, it could be in August. Just fill this out, and then when we know when it's going to be, you will get an email. What the test drive is, it gives you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. It'll cost you $8.99. Probably the most often asked question is, do you have a free can you try us out for a week? We don't offer free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. And we have some ebooks. I think swing trading setups and all, they're all developed within Trade Ideas, so you can click on the TI ebooks. If you are a Mac user, click on that. This is a PC-based program, but there are 3 ways in which you can use our program if you are a Mac user. So I would click on that link also. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. So what happens is this. Once the market closes today, there are about 50. In fact, you know what? I'm going to get to the bottom of it. All right, so there are about 50 what we call baseline strategies that get optimized every day. This is not one of them. Look at it, Fossil, guys. Just from the link section, SB, okay? From the links section, just click on the links tab and scroll down, and where it says TI eBooks, there it is. There's the link for it, okay? Look at Fossil, guys. What a nice move. And it still has room. That doesn't mean buy it now. I'm just saying, you know, it still has a little bit of room up to that 8 level. So this is not an AI strategy, but if it were, basically what the AI does, it takes a look at all the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters and starts adjusting maybe the filter values. You know, here I have a price between 1 and 30, maybe makes a change, runs a back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Again, runs through what we call an optimization procedure for all of the strategies, all 50 of the strategies. Tomorrow, these are the ones that after Friday, when the AI went through the optimization procedure, these are the ones that were optimized for today. They showed up because they made the cut, typically had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut. You just have to, and all you have to do, wow, Fossil, guys, Fossil. All you have to do is, if you have the AI, is click on New from the toolbar, New, AI/Holly strategy trades window, not the one that doesn't have trades in it. So strategy trades window, and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, just load that window, obviously before 9. And we had a bit of a glitch this morning, but just have that window up and ready at 9:30. You won't get any alerts until at least 9:35. And you can actually take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning from scratch. Okay? And this is the Brokerage Plus window. You can use it. I would encourage you, if you're a new trader, I would encourage you as a new trader to try it. This is our simulated trading, paper trading, okay? Doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, but I'm also going to encourage you, I use the word encourage several times, but I really mean it. Watch this video, okay? This will go over a lot of the aspects within Brokerage Plus and how you can connect it if you have an interactive broker's account to trade your account. But for a lot of you who are new traders, please use our paper trader. Doesn't matter what what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. Practice trading before you start trading your own money. And I'm going to go over a lot of this, take some trades to show you how easy it is to do it. Okay, just a moment, please. I pop that link into the YouTube feed also. Exactly, Harry. I'm going to encourage you to watch that video, okay? This is going to save me a lot of time and explaining all day long, how to use Brokerage Plus with interactive brokers, okay? It just really, really will help me a lot. And I can concentrate on doing other things. No, that's fine, Harry. That's fine. Absolutely fine to ask the question. You've been talking about NKLA. Yeah, big. Wow, that is a big. This is looks like an IPO from a couple of days ago. Is that right? Wow, no kidding. This is. I wish I don't really remember seeing this one. I think four also. I don't really remember seeing four, but maybe it's upcoming. Oh, there it is. No, there it is. Oh, in fact, I guess it's. Is it today? I think they thought it was going to be Friday, but I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong. I guess it's today. So Peter, there's no point going into the YouTube channel if you're in this room unless you just care about listening to me and seeing my screen, okay? The reason being is that there's a lot more action in this room when it comes to traders interacting. Okay, yeah, I certainly I can share it. I'm not trying to hide it. It's just, I know it's a little confusing. Why are there the two rooms? Okay, Nick, I am going to tell you or suggest multi-strategy window. So I'm going to give you the link. And it's number 8, how to create a multi-strategy window. Okay? And that's what you're looking for. And this is Nick. Okay? So it is lesson number 8, and that is how to create a multi-strategy window. That is what you are talking about. All right? Well, yeah, but you have to click on more. The reason being is that your alert window, like this one, okay? I mean, if I, yeah, I may get lucky and see them all, but I mean, this is a highly active alert window all day long. So if I, at noon, for instance, Eastern time, if I decided to do the history on it, let me just, well, let's just see, for instance, I'm going to duplicate it because I don't want to. So if I do a history on it, there's no getting around it. If you have a very active window, it's only going to be able to load so much. Let's see if it went down to 9:30. Yeah, so it didn't. So it's going to say more available, I guess. Yeah, more available. So there's no getting around it. You have to click on more to see. Okay, you have to see, I mean, there's no getting around it. That's if you have a super active alert window. Okay, well, okay, I'll do it again. History. I just want to duplicate the window. If I don't duplicate it, I'm going to miss I won't see all the original ones. So, okay, so when you do the history, click on history. I think what happened is you have to have your window expanded enough. Okay, history, today, and you have to expand it. And it'll say more available. It's possible, you see, it depends how wide you have your window. If you have it that wide, you don't see the more available, okay? And then from the history, then you click on more. Billy, the link is right here, okay? The 20 short video lessons right there. Okay, I just popped the link in there, 20 short video lessons. Great video, guys, for our series of videos if you are just getting, trying to get used to using trade ideas. This is helping me immensely too, because people say, how do you create a topless window? How do you do this? How do you do that? I'm going to force you guys to do a little bit of work on your own, but it's something you can refer to all the time. All right, so this is one that unfortunately I should almost do it. I should almost do one on my own. I don't know why they didn't include that one in the 20 videos, because it's how to create a symbol list. So who asked the question about, is that you, Greg? Man, oh man, look at this mitt. Who knows? I mean, if the market continues to, completely and utterly recover, MIT and Zen, I'm sure they look exactly the same. Come on. Yeah, I mean, look at MIT and Zen, look exactly the same. Big, that monthly bar, and then the big recovery. Okay, so Greg, are you watching? In fact, I may have to do a video on this. Okay, so from the toolbar, click on Tools, Symbol Lists. Okay, then create new list. Meanwhile, Digital Ally is going crazy. DGLY. Give it a name. I'm going to call it Greg. Say OK. Now, if you've never done it before, you'll see it immediately. But I'll scroll down to the bottom. No, I typed it wrong, but that's OK. So now, at this point, now you just click on it. Left click on it so it's highlighted, and then edit the list. And now you can put all of the stocks that you want in there. If you have a list of stocks, you can copy and paste it. Just make sure it's done in this format. No commas or anything. Just in a row. In a column. column, or with no commas. Okay, you're following so far? And anybody else who's looking to create a symbol list, watch list, please trade ideas. Call it a watch list. Once you've done that, just say okay. So you see now there it is, and it says 2 symbols. Okay, so now you've created it. Now, I can't tell you how you're going to monitor it. Okay, but now what you have to do is you have to create an alert window or a top list window on however you want to monitor it. Because you might want to say with your with that watch list you created, okay, if the stocks in that watch list maybe make new highs for the day or new lows for the day or whatever alert that you want, that's why you're going to create an alert window and how you want to monitor it. And once you've created your alert window or your top list window, I mean, it's up to you, then you right click, configure, and then symbol lists. Now, virtually all the time, you should see it in this column. It has to appear here. You can see right there. I mean, excuse me, I misnamed it, but there you are. You just click on it, and this is a drop-down menu, only the following lists. Okay, so basically what you've done is you've attached the symbol list called this to the alert window. Okay? I'm not going to do that. And of course you can take it and attach it to as many windows as you want once you've created it. Okay, Alex, as long as you know, if you wanted to use Brokerage Plus, it doesn't work with their light version. Okay, it only works with the Pro version. That's covered in the video, but I don't mind saying that now. If you care about using Brokerage Plus and linking it with your IB account. So Greg, I have to ask you, have you been able to do that? Because then the next step is you're probably going to want to edit it from time to time. Take symbols out, add symbols in. Guys, what can I say? MIT and XAN. So where was the original alert for XAN? 368. That's pretty good. 420. Yeah, you have to attach it to the only way you're going to see it's not like, well, I don't know how to describe it. It's not that you can have a symbol list and tuck it away somewhere. It has to be attached so that you can see the symbols. Okay? So you could put it in, say, a top list window with no filters in at all. Attach it to a top list window with literally no filters in, and then you will see them all because you're not, to make sure it's attached to it. But, you don't have a minimum volume, and then you can click on the alerts one by one, symbols one by one. Does that make sense? Probably the top list is your answer if you just want to see them. Though, I would say that, why would you want to see a stock that hasn't traded at all, as an example? That's why I would, for instance, what if it's it hasn't traded at all, or it's traded 10 shares or 10,000 shares? It's up to you, completely up to you. Well, you had your pick, guys, of either Mitt, which is not on my watch list. JB, I'm going to encourage you to watch that video, okay? If you send him his market, then obviously, it's going to go in at the market. Whatever the spread is, it's going to take that, which is okay if the spread is okay. Otherwise, but it's all like limit and market is all covered in that video. I'm going to have to get you to watch that video. Okay, I'm going to have to get you to watch the video. I will only say that your limit offset, okay? I don't know what your limit offset is, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, please watch the video. Okay, the video covers all of that. So if you put a limit order in, and you have a very tight, if you don't understand what the limit offset, it's covered in the video. So that means is just generally, let's say I wanted to take this trade at 990, but it's moving quickly. I can't go in at limit. All right. And so where would I take this trade? How far outside of 990 would I take the trade? And that's what the limit offset is all about. Is there going to be 2 cents, 3 cents, 10 cents? And that's up to you. Well, okay, so 2 cents, that might be the reason. So you'll have to play around with it, okay? Please watch the video. It's got nothing to do with Holly, Billy, okay? Interactive Brokers, the only way you can trade using Brokerage Plus, anything, an alert, anything, is if you have an IB account. It's got nothing to do with the AI. You don't have to have Interactive Brokers to use Trade Ideas, though. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. I mean, right now, XAN, if I want to trade it, I just make sure XAN is in my order entry in whatever brokerage platform I'm going to use, and I trade it from my brokerage platform, whatever brokerage platform that might be. It can't be $2. I mean, you wouldn't want $2, JB. Yeah, so please watch the video, okay? I don't know, have you watched the video? And you can be truthful. Tell me yes or no. You've watched the video, and because they go over that limit offset, I know he goes over it. No, Billy, you're misunderstanding. Holly AI doesn't have certain. No, I could do this. I if I wanted to trade CHK, it'll load whatever platform I'm using. It'll load in. Okay, with our external linking tool. Okay, got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus or Interactive Brokers. Now we have this external linking tool, external linking. Yeah, I'm linked to Interactive Brokers, but we link with many platforms, Thinkorswim, TDA. We link with many platforms. Linking is just a time saver. So when you click on an alert, you don't have to, it just saves you the time of typing it into the order entry. That's all linking that linking does. No, not auto trading. Okay, Billy, please listen. Okay. The only way you can, yeah, the only way you can auto trade the AI is if you have an IB account. But auto trading is not mandatory. The other thing is you have to also, you want to listen. I'm going to encourage you. You're brand new, right? There's no. I don't think you have to jump into auto trading. Well, if you have our premium service, you can always, paper trade it within here. Okay, you can turn all the strategies on and paper trade it if you have our premium service. Paper trade them. Okay, it's got nothing to do with what broker you've got. You can turn all the strategies on and paper trade them and see how you do. Follow, and it'll basically just use all these instructions. It's going to be automatically set. Okay. And you just turn them all on. Right click, enable 17 selected strategies, and so you can paper trade them within our paper trading module. I would absolutely do that before you commit any money. Well, if you're talking about auto trading, of course it's going to place the trades automatically within here. Yes, if you turn them all on, it'll take the trades automatically. It's got nothing to do with Fidelity. It's using our real-time data, okay? It's got nothing to do, it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you've got. It's using our real-time data. Does that make sense, Billy? Am I explaining it so that you understand? Um, no, I know. I think he knows that, but I was trying to explain how before you would do anything, even if you had an IB account, paper trade it. Practice trading, guys, before you jump in with your real money. I don't care how long you've been trading. If you're going to, have you ever auto traded? But it doesn't matter. Practice trading. If you want to practice to see how that auto trader would work. Okay, just practice trading right here. With the AI, turn all the strategies on if that's what you want to do, and see how it goes. Guys, APPS, guys, APPS. This is now maybe a third day continuation after earnings. You know, it had the blip on Thursday, it had a great day on Friday, and it looks like it wants to continue APPS. I'm waiting on this one because I want to see how well it holds over 10. What's the volume like? Great volume. It's not a low float. So this was a carryover. This was a carryover from Friday. So, you know, you can use Brokerage Plus to swing trade. Let's take a trade here. I want to take this trade, apps. Okay, so easiest, the most mechanical way to do it, I can just pick how many shares I want to trade, 300. I can go in at the market because the spread is great, 10-10, 10-11. Oh, okay, I clicked it twice, guys, so it's gonna double this. Okay, that's okay. Okay, so this is the paper trader in action. So I took apps. And I went in at the market because the spread was only a penny, so you know it's okay. But had the spread been, you know, 10 cents or something, I would have gone in limit. Okay, but there I am. Now I can put a, if I want, I can put a stop. Of course, we always say you should have your stop ahead of time, but just for the purposes of showing you how you can do it. So let's say I wanted to put a stop at 994, which is just under. All I have to do is type in 9.94, add it. So there's the stop. It appears, come on, there's the stop. It appeared right on the chart. So, and I did some, you know, I was trying to only risk $100. So I did a little bit of arithmetic in my head. Figure that was going to be about $100. So if I allowed this trade to go down to 994, it would take me out for a $105 loss. Okay, right on the chart now, I can adjust it. I can move my stop up and down. Okay. Somebody asked about a target. If I wanted to, I could put a target. Add target. So let's just say I wanted to put a target of 1050. No, Billy. I guess this is just a difficult. You can only use Brokerage Plus with interactive brokers. Okay. If you wanted to use it as a simulator, doesn't matter what brokerage. Okay, paper trading doesn't matter what broker what. But if you want to use it to trade your real account, you have to have an interactive broker's account. Doesn't mean you can't, if you have a Fidelity account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas to trade anything. You just can't use this Brokerage Plus module, that's all. But I can click on an alert and, you know, if you've been able to link, even if you can't link, even if you literally manually, I want to trade APPS, you manually type APPS into your order entry, into Fidelity, and then you can trade it. Greg won't be able to help you, okay? Ron, okay. If it's something to do with your account, I may have to send you to accounting, but I'll try to answer if I can. That's right. That's right. Well, unless you're scalping, Billy, I mean, most of these alerts we're getting, you know, it's not that you have to get in right at the penny, in my opinion, anyway. You know, they're not designed, you know, look at all these alerts here. You know, if you didn't get in at 169, come on. You know, I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 211. You could have got in at 170, 175 on that move there. You know, this is not the AI, but I mean, I call it my AI. Most of them, you know, I think people get I'm not, you know, trying to single you out, but I think people get a little hung up on not being able to get in right at the penny of an AI alert. The other thing, Billy, too, is that you'll see some of them, you may not get in right at the beginning, but as an example, look at MIK, and I'll talk about MIK right now. So if you're kind of a pullback player and something that's starting to move again, I mean, look at MIK right now. Okay, so there was the original alert at 740. Yeah, it popped all the way up to 808, and it pulled back, a little bit of consolidation. Now it might be ready to move again. You know, I use the AI more like a watch list rather than, you know, agonizing about, man, I didn't get in at the penny. Boy, WRTC flyer guys from last week now starting to give it up. Look at the SPY though. Look at the SPY. What a nice move for the SPY on that 15-minute chart. One, two, three, four. There's an hour straight up on that 15-minute chart. Almost back to the, I think it's over the highs of the day now. It's one of those Liberty stocks, QRTEA. Meanwhile, and I know IVR is another one of those in this sector. I mean, they're all the same. They're all the same. IVR, MITT, XAN, they're all the same. Huge monthly candle down. And now they're all trying to recover. Now look at Tusk. Here's another one, another little energy stock, real cheap one. Through the 200-day moving average today, 166. So it's through the 200-day moving average over that whole number, $2. So again, look left on that weekly chart. What do you see? Hands up. So is this something that you would take right now? No, JB. Look at the weekly chart right here. Around 225, all right? Right around there. So I'm not saying it's not going to pop through it today, but I mean, I look at that and I go, nah, it's got that area right there, potential resistance area. Pops through that, yes, then it's got a lot. Then it's got a lot of room. But it's got that little area right there. If that weren't there, if this were all down here, yeah, I'd be saying, man, you got to really look at this tusk. Now, it could still pop through this today like nothing, but I like to let's try to put the odds in our favor and not have to deal with that. You know, find other patterns, other charts that don't have something like that potentially in the way. Look at all these. Oh, Viad. Okay, in the sector, in the travel sector. Don't know too much about them. Where are they out of? Out of Phoenix. Okay. VVI. Wow. I mean, again, look at this one. I don't think I've really seen this one. 20 million in the float. That's pretty low for a $26 million stock. Well, SND, I didn't click on it, but I'll bet you it looks better. No, well, I mean, it's okay, but a lot of resistance around 240, all right, 250. I mean, that's far enough away if it could make it through there. I get it. But for me, I'm always worried about a whole number also, getting through that two whole number. Give me a moment here as I change a filter. Now another, whoa, look at this move here for PGEN though, but more importantly, as you hear me say all the time, look at the volume that came in. Okay, decreasing volume, and then all of a sudden some volume has come into PGEN. Okay, I don't want that to happen, Billy. Well, to be honest with you, I'm trying to be honest, but I mean, this is why I create this watch list. It may not be your style, but this is why I create the watch list especially for new people, new to trading. Try to create a watch list that just has, a small number of stocks to watch all day long. No, I can't do that, Iris. How to trade? It's everybody uses the AI differently, Iris. Okay, I really there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. Some people will wait, for pullbacks on it. Some people will just use it as a watch list. Some people might take it, might try to take the entries, manage the exits. There's just no right or wrong way to use the AI. Well, I don't know how you can use it. I mean, first of all, you have to have it loaded. I mean, you should have this. You should have it loaded. No, I mean that's your first step. Do you have it up and running? From the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, so you have this now. It's a matter of, if you to right. I mean, AI has not had a good day. Not a great day. It didn't have a great day on Friday either. But I can't tell you how to use it. You know, I mean, there's no right or wrong way. For me, I was talking about the MIK trade. You know, it looked like it pulled back. Maybe there's an opportunity to take a look at it right now and get into the trade. That's not a recommendation. Well, okay, you can try. Okay, send it to info@trade-ideas.com. There's not like a video that's going to say, yeah, so for me, tell as an example, I'd be waiting tomorrow to see if it took out two. Okay, as an example, Iris. You know, I mean, it obviously stalled almost, you know, almost right at two, but you can see that tell is one of those that, I mean, if it can get going over two, it's got a lot of room looking left, as an example. Okay, so how is it sorted? Well, it's just showing the you know the latest alerts as they're coming in. It's sorted on the time price, I guess, if that's what you mean. You know, those are the latest alerts. You know, these are the latest real-time alerts. Yeah, I wouldn't do that though. It doesn't make any sense in an alert window to do that, in my opinion. Okay? In my opinion. I mean, the whole idea of an alert window is you want to see a real-time alert as it's happening. That's my opinion. Top list windows, you know, definitely. You want to sort on different columns, but no, yeah, he did. You're right. How do you sort it? Well, I thought he meant how do you, as in me, sort it. Not a general how does a person sort it. I may be wrong. Boy, this could have, well, probably stalling around the 8 mark. So it's getting closer. That's the fossil. No stupid questions, JB. Really. Well, there's that CHK. Oh, and it's on volume too. I mean, it's traded at a huge amount. 6 million shares. There's a pop on volume for CHK. Just be careful. I mean, again, this is one of the crazier ones that I've seen. If you were in the room on Friday, you know what I was saying. I was saying that traders were looking at this. You know, there was that high a couple of months ago, maybe, or a month and a half ago, or well, let's get it on April 24th. There was the high, and so I was saying on Friday there was the move on Friday, saying okay, well a lot of traders will be looking at that, saying well maybe it can start to fill in this void. Well, not only did it fill it in, but it has exceeded it. If you're okay, Iris, if you're following it directly, there's the stop price. I mean, the stop price is actually, you know, the minute it gets into a trade, it assigns the stock price, the stop price. If you're going to follow it like that. So you should have that stop, if you don't have the stop column, then make sure you add it, the stop price column. Well, guys, this is another potential swinger. Apps. I mean, it's at an all-time high. Okay, it has had nice. Well, we'll call it a third day, even though we had the blip there on Thursday. But this was its earnings day. Apps. This was its earnings day, and so it is just continuing, and it's over that big psychological hurdle of 10. Okay, Iris, all you have to do is right click on any one of those column headers and click on columns. Okay, and here are all the columns you have, and it's alphabetical order. And so I think stop is down here, stop price. Okay, just add it. And you'll click on it, highlight it, and then left arrow it over, and then it'll be one of the columns. Okay? So right click on one of the column headers, right click, columns, and then you'll see it. It's in alphabetical order. Okay? No, there's no way to do that because what's happening is that it's looking at the strategy, and it might be a 40-minute hold or a 45-minute hold or a 60-minute hold, things like that. Okay, so that's what it's looking at. Now, if you wanted to, go in and edit the strategy, I suppose. I mean, I've never tried that, but let me just see if you can even do that. Yeah, I don't think you can because the strategy has been optimized for a certain hold period. All right, so but you can always get out of the trade. I don't think if you're auto trading it, I don't think you can override it. Because again, the strategy has been optimized for a certain hold period. That's why, though, I mean, you can, of course, if you just take the alert and trade it, not using the actual strategy itself, of course, then you can manage the trade. You can get out wherever you want. Well, guys, this was the sector today. I mean, this was the sector that didn't have really any pullback whatsoever. This other investment pool and funds, this little financial sector, look at all of them. I mean, look at really, I mean, minor pullback there. As opposed to the energy sector, which actually had, pretty good pullback. I mean, not horrible. It's not there. Nothing has gone negative. Zag, let's take a look. Yeah, great. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's got, I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, I mean, in theory, all the way up here, you know, all the way up to about 8. You know, if you look at the weekly chart, look at the monthly chart, about the same. If I look at a daily chart, yeah, I mean, it's actually, yeah. The other thing is always be aware where the 200-day moving average is, okay? 597, around 6 is the 200-day moving average. That's another very, very important. It's really the only indicator that I pay much attention to. So always be aware where that 200-day moving average is. Can easily. Okay. Oh, individual stocks. Yes. Oh, I guess I should. Okay. Modify the orders. Okay. Good. You taught me something. Ah, okay. 9 was way early too. I mean, 9 was way back here. A little bit like, Fossil, another retailer. No, we don't. We don't do forex in the room, Drake. Drake, our scanner only looks at stocks. All right, guys. Well, in about 15 minutes or so, I'll be taking my break. There is a promo code. Yes, I can answer that question. Another one that's ringing in my ears here, TXMD. Yeah, we're getting this lag in the single stock window. At least I am. You guys getting lag in your single stock window? Just want to find out if it's just me or. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Harvey, can you hear me and see the screen? Well, Drake, that's a tough question for me to answer. Does trading stocks differ from forex? Anybody in the trading room, have they traded forex before? I don't know how to answer a question like that because I've never traded forex. Okay, so Harvey, you can. Okay, so this is whether this helps you or not. Only you can tell. Only you can find out, I suppose. But we do have some option filters. Okay, so here are the option filters that we have. Some obvious ones, the put call ratio, the options volume. That option volume is an average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the volume today, put volume, call volume today. This is the key one, option volume today percent. What this is doing is, if for instance, if I add that filter, and say put 200 in here, it's 200%, in other words, as a ratio double. What that means is if a stock has traded over the last 10 days, say an average of 2,000 contracts, you won't see that stock today unless it trades 4,000, in other words, double. So what that filter is trying to do is find stocks which are having abnormal option volume days. Okay? Now, whether or not that helps, whether or not that's going to help you trade the option, I don't know. Okay? But I have, shown this to some option traders, and they said, okay, we'll try it anyway. So it's basically, at least it shows you what stocks are trading abnormal option volume. Okay, I'm going to let Michael help you there, Drake, because I have no experience trading Forex. I don't know. I don't know what the major differences would be between trading Forex and stocks. Iris, are you talking about that option filter? Yeah, I can help. I mean, it's just another way. It's just another way of showing stocks that are, trading abnormally. Not just volume, but also option volume. Sure. Because you would think that if a stock is trading abnormally option wise, then it's probably, something you might want to take a look at in terms of, because if you're intraday trading, we're always trying to see the abnormal plays of the day. And usually that's all, that has everything to do with volume. Okay, so the question was, where do I add that filter? So if you're wondering, if you go to an alert window, configure, and do a search, and just type in options. Okay, there they are. So if you click on that options volume today, then you add the filter, and then put in whatever value you want, or you can add it as a column. Okay. Any window. Well, I mean, you're going to have to create an alert window, or how you want to add it. I mean, but you can add that filter to any window, sure. I mean, you've created an alert window before, right? Or a top list window before? Yeah, that's that one, eh? I mean, there's my Canadian coming out. That's that crazy one, the CHK. Drake, I use Interactive Brokers, but you know, you're not tied. I mean, there are a lot of brokerage platforms out there. I use Interactive Brokers. Yeah, that is a. I mean, look at that. I mean, if I 42 on the alert and is at $10 now, you know, not easy to trade, but crazy, absolutely crazy. Not shortable. Halted again. Okay, so right click, configure, Iris, right click, configure, search. Okay, right click, configure, and click on the search tab. Well, you can create your own watch list within Trade Ideas, Drake. I mean that's what you know. We're sort of we have kind of everything covered within Trade Ideas. Okay, Iris. So right click the window, configure, and then just click on the search tab, and there it is. Then just type in options. Yeah, it just opened, yes, and it's continuing here. CHK. Up to you, Iris. I mean, it's up to you. Not amount of shares. Oh, options daily. It's up to you. I mean, I don't trade options. I would play around with it. I don't know, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 contracts. I don't know. If you get too many alerts, up it. If you don't get a lot of alerts, decrease it. I don't know. I just don't know. Probably if you look left on the daily chart, I don't have a red line, but usually it's the next level looking left on a daily chart for a high. No, I told him that, Ron or Greg, but maybe he didn't hear. See, I don't have that red line. But usually when you see a red line, if you looked at a daily chart, it would be the next high looking left. I'm liking apps, guys. The longer it holds, right in this level here, just over 10. I'm really liking this apps, APPS. Another one. Look at this. Another one of these. Look how many charts look like this on in that other investment pools and funds in that sector. Look how many charts. A huge monthly candle down, and then the big recovery. Ugh. Oh, this one is poking up here, PYX. A little cannabis play, guys, PYX. I don't even know how is that market doing today? MJ, what's MJ doing? And the answer is, yeah, it's up. Yeah, actually, it's moving quite nicely. This is an interesting move. What is Tilray doing? Okay, and CGC. All right, we're having some moves. I like this move on MJ though. Look at this. I mean, if it can take this out and keep going. Boy, I just had to do this sector and that was it. SRG, MITT, XAN. Okay, guys, I'm going to stick this in here. I'm going to take my break very soon. DTIL, another little one on the move here. Boy, got a lot of moves. So let me just, I got to get the announcement in. Okay, I'll be back around 12:30. I'm just waiting for, I think it's Sean today is taking over the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. I'll be back, of course, in this trading room at 12:30. It'll be auto monthly, Jefferson, until you tell it not to. So if at any time you wanted to stop your subscription on your monthly, just make sure you do it before the next month starts, of course. But it is auto, yes. Yeah, I'm still waiting on it. I'd like to say, obviously I want to see it hold 10, but I'm not in apps. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to see if it, well, a couple things. Will it hold 10, number one? And then if it gets back up here, and then I want to see some volume. I'd love to see some, like, imagine if you get a little volume burst like that. Boy, Fossil, what a move for Fossil. Minor little pullback right there in that red candle right there. You can see the on that 5 minute, and then just basically straight up from there, Fossil. Yeah, that's insane. This the CHK guys, I mean, it's insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to take over in the YouTube feed, then I can take my break. Okay. Okay, guys, so Sean is taking over in the
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Sean McLaughlin, Chicago Sean. Hello. This is the Q&A session. We do these every day, noon Eastern. Myself, today, we rotate the cast throughout the week. Tomorrow is Steve, I believe. Wednesday is Andy. Thursday is Jamie. Friday is Michael. That's usually the route we go, I think. But I'm here for you today. And so for those of you who maybe hearing this for the first time or visiting for the first time, this is an open forum. I do not have an itinerary. I do not have a planned schedule of what to talk about. We are going to take the cues from you, the audience, what you have questions with on the software, what I can demonstrate for you, what you need additional help with. Throw the questions into the questions panel, and I'll be more than happy to do my best to answer your questions. I wonder if anyone's had any time to start tooling around with the small exchange data on Trade Ideas now. I've got a little layout that I've created open on my screen right now. It's just a custom layout for me to track the small exchange data. These are futures products for equities traders. If you have small accounts and you're not able to day trade due to the pattern day trade rule, you might find these small exchange products very, very appealing. They don't take a whole lot of margin to trade them, and you can trade them all day long. You could day trade them all day long, no matter what size your account's. Pretty nice. No, the small exchange does not trade 24 hours yet. I believe that is the plan down the road. But right now they open up at, I believe they start trading at 8 a.m. Eastern and trade until 6 p.m. Eastern. I might not have the exact times, but yeah, they're not 24 hours yet. So Iris, I see your question. What is a small exchange? So small exchange are futures products that trade just like stocks. So for example, let's pull up the this is the small stocks 75 that we're looking at right now, this chart. This is a, you could think of it as an approximation of SPY, SPY, okay? It's a futures product that tracks, more or less tracks the performance of the S&P 500. They call it the small stock 75 because it's based off of the performance of 75 specific stocks, which more or less track the S&P 500. But it trades just like a stock. You can see the price. Its last price is $50.76. You could buy one contract of that. The margin required to hold that contract, I believe, is $350. So if you have, as long as you have $350 in your account, you can trade one contract of the small 75 futures. And every tick that this moves, 1 penny is worth $1. Okay, so if this stock moves from 50.76, so if you're long this, right, and you buy it at 50.76 and it trades up 1 tick to 50.77, your P&L would be $1. You would have made $1 in open profits. And yes, it does trade during regular trading hours, Iris. Depending on who you trade through, though, it's not available through all brokers yet. I know you could trade it through Tastyworks. I know Interactive Brokers is coming online any day now. They might already be online. I don't know. I don't trade through Interactive Brokers myself, but I know they're one of the big brokers to be coming online. But if you want to learn more about them, go to their website. It's smallexchange.com, or maybe it's thesmallexchange.com. Just Google Small Exchange, you'll find it. And on that website, they not only tell you all the details about the products, how they trade, and they tell you where you could trade them. They tell you the participating brokers, so you can see them all there. I don't know if they have E-Trade yet. I imagine all brokers will have access to these products at some point. This exchange just launched a week from today, a week ago today. So we're only 5 trading days in, or this is the 6th trading day since these products were launched. So, it's going to take a little while, right? I mean, the small exchange futures product has only traded 438 contracts so far today. You can see it right here, 438 contracts so far today. But, give it time. I think these products are going to do well. They're backed by people who have a very successful track record in launching trading businesses. It's the geniuses behind the people who built the original Thinkorswim platform, then moved on and started tastytrade, and then the Tastyworks trading platform, all huge successes. So the future is bright, I believe. So the difference between mini futures and this, these are in many cases smaller than the mini futures, and they trade like stocks. So whether you're trading the small stock 75, if you're trading the metals futures that you can see here, this is the small precious metals futures, or if you're trading, what's the other one they have? Forex. This is it, right? Nope, that's not it. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Right now they have the stocks one, the metals one, and they have a foreign exchange one. US dollar one. Okay. Eventually they're going to have T-bonds. They're going to have Bitcoin, a bunch of different products that you could trade. And the nice thing is it's standardized pricing across all contracts. So like in futures, in regular futures, if you were to trade oil or corn or soybeans or gold or T-bond futures, every one of those products trades differently, has different tick values. So a 1 tick move in oil might equal, $50, and a 1 tick move in corn might only equal $6. And it's very confusing for a lot of people, especially for new traders. With these products, it's going to be the same across the board, same type of pricing, and same expirations. All futures contracts expire at the same time. They all have the same trading hours. But if you want to learn more about them, I strongly encourage you to go to their website. They'll do a much better job of explaining all this than me. Just Google Small Exchange. You'll find their website. It's a very easy to read website. Very, they explain things very black and white. It's great. CHK, what's going on in CHK? Oh boy, somebody knows something. That's a nice looking trade right there. Looks like the Holly AI got into it, huh? Let's pull it up. Let's pull up the AI channel. Yeah, looks like Holly got into it there. Got in at what, 40? Wow, she got in at $43 and the stock's trading at 67. Nice. 54% intraday profit so far for Holly. Wowzers. Wowzers indeed. If anybody followed Holly into that trade, you're having a pretty good day right now. I don't know about you, but, and this is certainly not a trade recommendation, but if I'm long this thing right now and sitting on some open profits, I would probably be at least taking a little bit off the table right here. I mean, come on, you're up 68% since the entry in what, an hour? Not even? Take a little off the table here. You could always buy it back again lower, I'll bet you. I'll bet you. Oh, Autolicious, you just haven't been paying attention for that long. Holly's had winners like this before, but they're not, they're pretty rare, and they're usually on much smaller stocks than a Chesapeake Energy, which is a huge stock. I think this stock actually, is this a reverse split? I feel like I remember this stock being a lot cheaper not that long ago. Let's see if I can pull up a monthly chart. Yeah, this thing had a reverse split, didn't it? Okay, Toronto, I see your question about minimizing and maximizing windows real quickly. Okay, so I believe what Toronto's asking is, you know, I've got multiple things going on my screen, not just trade ideas. Maybe I've got my brokerage platform up. Maybe I've got Twitter going. Maybe I got a web browser or email or Spotify. Who knows what else you got running in the background. You just got one screen and you want to quickly minimize all of your trade ideas windows so you can see whatever you got running in the background. So yeah, you could go through each window individually and minimize them by hitting the flatten button in each window, right? But that's a little tedious, right? I can go through each one, minimize each one, you know, but that's, that's a pain in the butt. The better, faster way to do it is in your TI menu bar up here at the top, just hit the flatten button here, and that will minimize all of your trade ideas windows. And to bring them back up, just simply hover your mouse over the TI icon in your Windows taskbar and locate the TI Pro AI menu bar, which is right here, first one I'm showing on the left. If I just click on that one, that'll bring all my windows back up, except for the ones I had already minimized. Another way I could do a little hack here, if I can go to my Windows here and hit Show All, there, now it's got all my windows open. So again, to quickly minimize, just in my TI menu bar, hit the flatten button, boom, they're gone. And to bring them back up, just highlight the TI menu bar down here, and that brings them all back up on your screen. Toronto, if you're seeing a blurry screen, you need to adjust your settings in YouTube. In YouTube, in the lower right corner of the video that you're seeing, there's a little gear bar or a little gear thing for settings. If you click on settings, go to quality, and you might want to boost that to 1080p, and that should clear it up for you. Let's see what's going on in TEL. Yeah, Iris, if you bought TEL, TELL with Holly, yeah, you, like everyone else, is sitting in a loss. She bought it at 188, and the stock is currently trading at 174. So yeah, it's a losing trade. They're not all going to be winning trades, Iris. No system trades perfectly every time. Holly is not going to make money on every trade, nor is Holly going to make money every day, nor is Holly going to make money every week. But over the course of thousands of trades over a long period of time, the edges that Holly has in her trading systems tend to play out over time. And we've seen that in the performance of all Holly systems since inception. We launched Holly AI in January of 2016. And if you have faithfully traded every Holly signal since January 2016, which, by the way, admittedly is hard to do unless you're auto trading. Very easy to miss a trade from time to time. But hypothetically, had you taken every Holly trade since January 2016, you would currently be outperforming the S&P 500 by approximately 3-1. Now, depending on who you are and where you come from, that's either a fantastic result or it's not worth getting out of bed in the morning. I can tell you I've been trading since 1998, and I used to be a member of the Chicago Board of Trade. I know lots of former floor traders. And when I talk to my former floor trader buddies and tell them about our AI that's outperforming the S&P by 3-1, they're not impressed. They're like, what? I could do that. I could do that easily, no problem. That's fine. Those are superhuman traders. But the rest of you who maybe have your money invested in a mutual fund or a series of mutual funds and you're matching or slightly underperforming the broader markets over the last 4 years, like most people, the idea of outperforming the S&P 3-1 sounds pretty darn appealing. So it just depends on who you are, where you come from. But the point is, Holly, like any trading system, is not going to win every time, every day, every week, or every month. But over time, the edges tend to play out in our favor. And so far, we've seen that. That is not a guarantee of future profits. We cannot guarantee that Holly will make you money next month or next year. But if I were a betting man, I would bet in favor of profits. Neo is burning it up. Yeah, Neo is burning it up. It's really because of one trade. It's the CHK. All the profits are in this one trade. Major win. It's nice to get one of those every once in a while. That's right, Siggy. Just like Motley Fool or any other service that you might get some ideas from, whether it's from a person, maybe there's a guru. I hate to use the word guru, but maybe you got a guru who sends you great trade ideas. Hey, they might perform well, they might not. But at the end of the day, whether you get them from a person or a system like Trade Ideas, or if you're an Investors Business Daily subscriber or VectorVest or whatever, wherever you get your ideas, at the end of the day, there's only one person responsible for your performance, and that's you. Okay? You might have gotten the idea from somebody, and it's easy to blame them if it doesn't work out for you, but at the end of the day, you are responsible. You pulled the trigger, you sized your trade, you managed your exit. Nobody to blame but yourself. Took me a long time to learn that. I've been trading since 1998, 22 years now. Took a long time to take full responsibility for everything I do. Mr. Lou asks, do I have a scanner for just sectors? I don't use one myself. But if in the channel bar here, if you scroll down in your channel bar, I believe we still have an ETFs channel. Here it is, sector ETFs, spiders, sector ETFs. So if you go here on this channel, you could see a wide variety of ETFs that break into different sectors. So you got the industrials up here, technology, financial, consumer staples, healthcare, consumer discretionary, energy, utilities, real estate, materials, communications. I don't know if this is exactly what you're looking for, Mr. Lou, but this might be a good place to start. The Sector ETFs channel found in your channel bar. Steve just shared a link there for you. He's got a cloud link that you could use, that he uses for sectors. That might also be useful. And for those of you who don't know how to load a cloud link, I'll show you real quick. So if you see in the YouTube chat, Steve Gomez, my partner, shared a link. That's what we call a cloud link. And that's a layout. And so what you can do if you want to load that link is you're going to need to click on that link so you can see the full. You're going to click on the link and launch it. It's going to open up a little Trade Ideas browser or web page. All I want you to do is I just want you to copy and paste that link. I can't do it here. I can't demonstrate here on my computer because I got my YouTube chat on a different computer. But if you copy that URL that you see, Then you come over to your TI menu bar and you go to File, right here, Load from Cloud. See that? Go Load from Cloud. And then you paste that URL right here in this box where it says Import Shared Window. See that? Paste that URL right there and click Load. And that will load, in this case, a layout that Steve shared for all of you to view. That's how you could load links from the cloud. All right, Stan, let me read through your question here. Give me a sec. No, Stan, alerts are not and operators. Alerts work in either or. So the way an alert works is you can create here. In fact, let me open up an alert window. Let's create an alert window. So let's start from scratch. If I wanted to create alert for, let's say, a new intraday high, I'll just type in new highs. Oop, my computer. There we go. So I have a new high alert. Okay. Maybe I'm going to use both of these. I got a new low here. I'll check both of these. Well, what's going to happen is you're going to get alerted when either a new high happens or a new low happens, but not both. And this is obviously a weird situation because you can't have a new high and a new low at the same time. But maybe let's come up with just a different thing. Let's say breakout. Okay, let's use like standard deviation breakout alert. Okay, let's add that one. So if I had both new high alert and standard deviation breakout alert selected, I'm going to get an alert when either one of these fires, not when both. Okay, there's no way to make it work for both. And in reality, in the real world, it's very rare that two alerts will trigger simultaneously. It's very rare. I know you think that it probably happens more than it does, but trust me, on a microsecond level, it's very rare indeed that any two alerts would fire at exactly the same time. So that's why you can't have and conditions. It has to be either or. Okay, so it's either a new high in this case or a standard deviation breakout will trigger the alert. Now with filters, that's different, right? So if I had filters here, if I had values here for all these filters, let's just put in some random numbers here. I don't know, I'm just making up numbers. I don't even know if these things make any sense. But with filters, whatever filters you have set, in this case I've got 4 filters set. I'm only going to see my alert when this alert fires. Let's say it's a new high. I'm only going to get that alert if at the same time all of these filters are satisfied, not 2 out of 3 or 1 out of 4. It has to be all 4 of those filters have to be satisfied when one of these alerts fires for me to see the alert. I hope that was clear, Stan. Siggy asks, how do your lists get your list to be modified to add or delete stocks? So, okay, you're talking about symbol lists. So if you've created your own symbol list, and in fact, we'll just create a symbol list here from scratch. So let me go to a different channel here. I'm gonna go to my layout, and I've got a symbol list. I got a top list right here, okay? And right now it's pointing to my open position. So all these tickers that you see here, these are based on my open positions, which you see here in my Brokerage Plus window. But if I want to change that to a different list, I could change it to a different list. I go into Configure, and I go to Symbol Lists, and see it's showing my holdings. But I could change this to, say, coronavirus stocks. These are stocks that have exposure to coronavirus, solutions, for example. Or swing trades. I have a swing trades list, right? I could choose any of these lists. Now, the question is, how do I edit the stocks that are in these lists? Okay. So it takes a little bit of work, but what you need to do is in your TI menu bar, I want you to go to Tools. Go to Tools and choose Symbol Lists. And here is where you can edit any existing lists. These are my existing lists right here. Or you can create a new one by creating new list. So let's go ahead and create a new list just for argument's sake. This is questions for Siggy, so we'll call this Siggy's list. Okay, so I'm creating a new list. I hit OK, and now it appears right there. Now I need to edit it. I need to add some symbols because right now it says it's empty. So I just highlight it, hit edit list. And here I could start adding tickers, right? Any tickers I want. I don't know, snap, spy, right? I just go on down the list. I can enter all those manually. I can also upload a list from an Excel CSV file by hitting insert from file right here, or load from file. Any way you want to get those filters in, or those stocks in here, you get them in there, and then you go ahead and hit OK. And now I've got a symbol list, Siggy's list. It's got 6 symbols in there now. And if I ever want to edit any of these, right, I just go in here, click it, hit edit list, and go ahead and add some more tickers, right? And hit OK. And now my list has 8 symbols. Okay, Siggy, I hope that answers your question. I think it does. Stan looks like you're good. Mr. Lou is good. Mr. Lou, you took some profit on CHK. Good move. Let's just pull that up real quick. Let's see what happened. Yeah, see? It's coming back. Here's a 1-minute chart. We were talking about taking some profits. I mean, look, this thing could go to 300 bucks. I don't know, but man, when you've just made 80% of your money in an hour, especially if you're a day trader, I mean, what are you being greedy for here? Take some off the table. You don't have to sell the whole thing, but take some off. Jeez. Autolicious, glad to see you're using the trailing stop alerts. Yes, trailing stop alerts are very useful. If they're useful for, if nothing else, you're in a trade like CHK, you bought it over here, it's trending up, it's going your way, it's not so bad. You know, then maybe right here you decided to go step out for a cup of coffee. Maybe you walk down to the streets, a local coffee shop, you know, back when we could do those kind of things in a pre-quarantine world. But whatever, you stepped away from your computer and all of a sudden this stock took off and you're nowhere to be found. You have no idea that this stock is moving. Well, you know what? If you had a trailing stop in, well, you probably would have got taken out already by now, but you would have gotten taken out with a handsome profit. And if this thing falls all the way back down, which I would not be surprised to see this stock fall all the way back into the 40s. If you didn't have a trailing stop in there while you were gone and away from your desk, you'd be kicking yourself that you had a huge open profit that you completely missed. So trailing stops are very important indeed. So glad to see you're using them and finding success with them. Highly recommend. So Jatinder, the trailing stops, that applies for people who are using Brokerage Plus to manage their trading. Okay, so if you're trading through Brokerage Plus, which is on my screen right here, you can see this window. This is our trading tool that allows you to trade direct from Trade Ideas. Okay, so if you're trading direct from Trade Ideas, and these are all open positions, and by the way, I'm in the simulator. Don't get carried away here. These are simulated trades. I'm demoing the simulated trading environment for everybody. But in any one of my trades, if I didn't have one already, if I wanted to set a trailing stop, I just click on the open position, I right click, and I can modify my stop orders. Let's see, how do I do this? Okay, you know what? I can't add a trailing stop here, but it can be part of my strategy that got me into the trade. So let's do this. So if I go to my strategies tab, these are the strategies that I use to enter trades. So actually, I'm really just using the swing trade buys. So if I right click on this strategy and edit trading strategy, I could go into my risk management tab, and right here, I could set a trailing stop. See, I don't use trailing stops, so that's why I don't have it on there. But if I wanted to, I would change this from none to, I would probably use a percent figure. Right, so I set it to percent, and I could say, let's say, I don't know, for an intraday trade, maybe 2%. And so what'll happen now is any trade that I get into, that my system gets me into, it's going to automatically set a trailing stop 2% away from the highest last price. Okay, so as the stock moves, whatever the high price, and this is for long trades, for whatever the high price is in the stock after I got into it, my stop loss will be adjusted to be 2% off of that high. Okay, and so that's how you get a trailing stop in Brokerage Plus. Jatinder, if you're not using trade ideas to manage your trades, which that's fine. Many of our customers are not. This is a relatively new feature for our customers. I'm fairly certain that your brokerage platform, whoever you trade through, offers the ability to place trailing stops. But every trading platform is different on how that's done. So if you need help with that, please reach out to their customer support and I'm sure they'll walk you through it. Does TI have a squeeze indicator? I'm not sure if we have one out of the box. Let's check it out. Let's go to my alert config window. Search. I'm going to type in the keyword squeeze. So that answers my question. There is not a out of the box squeeze indicator. And a squeeze to you, Iris, might mean something different to somebody else. That's probably why. There's no one alert that would satisfy everybody. But basically, if you're looking to find stocks that are undergoing a short squeeze, which I'm assuming is what you're referring to, you generally want to look for stocks that have a high short float. So let's do this. Let's type in short float. This is a filter that we have. Okay. You want to have a short float. Let's add this. I don't know what number makes sense for everybody, but let's maybe say a minimum of 25%. Okay. What that means, for those of you who don't know what that means, if a stock has 25% of its shares short, 25% of the shares that are available for trading are held in short positions by other traders. That means 1 in 4 shares of stock are held by somebody who's holding a short position. And if that stock starts moving up higher, well, everybody who's holding short stock is losing money when a stock goes higher. And the only way to stop losing money is to buy back the stock to cover your position. Because here's the thing about being short stock. Your losses are theoretically unlimited. A stock, CHK is a perfect example today. That stock went up 80% at one point, I think. I don't know what the number was, but it was really high intraday, right? If you're short that stock, holy cow, you're on the wrong end there. And there's no limit to how much you could lose. CHK could go up 500% today. I don't think it will, but it could. We've seen it happen with many, especially penny stocks, small stocks. If you're short, the only way to stop the pain is to buy back your position. So a lot of traders, a lot of intraday traders and swing traders love to find stocks that are heavily shorted. And then if they see that stock making a new intraday high, they like to buy that stock and jump in, because all of a sudden, if that stock's making an intraday high, there's a lot of people who are starting to lose money and they need to buy, and they're going to be fuel to push that stock higher. So Iris, what you might want to do, you might want to experiment is building alerts that have the short float filter in. Put a number here. You're going to have to figure out what number makes the most sense for you. It's going to be different for everybody. But if I put 25%, that means 25% of all the shares outstanding are held by short positions. And then if I couple in a new high alert, let's go new high. I'm going to add this alert, and let's think of this through a swing trader's perspective. I got I picked the wrong alert to alter here. Anyway, where's my new high? Oh, I definitely picked the wrong thing to make any corrections on. Let's do this. Let's get out of here. Start a new one. I'm going to do this from scratch. I'm going to create an alert window. Start from scratch. I'm going to only do 2 things. I'm going to have short float right there. Add that filter, set the minimum to 25%. Hide all the unused. Now, in real world, I would add a lot more filters, but I just want to show you the basics here. I'm going to go to search, and I'm going to do new high. Hit new high, hit add alert. And maybe what I would do is make this let's say a 10-day high. Okay, I'll activate that alert. So I've got this active. I've set it to a 10-day high. So if a stock's making a 10-day high and a lot of the shares are short, all of a sudden there's a lot of people starting to lose money, and they are fuel to buy this stock and push it higher. So let's launch this thing and see what it looks like. Let's see what I'm going to see the history here, see all the little alerts that came through. And let's just click on any one of them. Let's see Con. Let me set this time frame to a 5-minute chart. I don't know why that's 1 minute. So here's a stock. Stock's making a new, here's the daily chart. Look at this thing. This thing is really starting to move. Why? Well, a lot of people are short this stock, and it keeps making highs. a lot of people are losing money, so they're all scrambling to buy, and that's pushing the stock higher. So Iris, those are the types of stocks you're looking for sure. Iris, I don't know what filters are required for you. I mean, that's a personal preference. You're going to want to use that short float filter. And then beyond that, you're going to have to figure out, do you want to have stocks that have a certain average daily volume? Do you have stocks that want to be in a certain price range? I can't answer those questions for you, Iris. You have to put those filters. But basically the most important one for short squeezes is you're going to want to use the short float filter. Okay? So just anytime you're in an alert config window, search for short float and make sure you use that filter. Everything else, you're gonna have to tailor to your own needs. All right, let's see what else is going on today. Hertz is moving. Yeah, crazy. Siggy, I see you're having trouble linking Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim is a little buggy for people. I can't answer that for you here on the call. I won't be able to demonstrate it properly. If you're having trouble linking Thinkorswim to Trade Ideas, please go to our website, trade-ideas.com. Get into our live chat feature there, and one of the guys from the tech team will be able to send you some instructions for proper linking or help troubleshoot whatever issue you're seeing. But yeah, Thinkorswim is a little buggy, and a big reason why is because the fine folks over at TD Ameritrade, the developers for Thinkorswim, are constantly updating the software. I mean, on an almost daily basis, and every so often during one of their software updates, they break something that disconnects your connection, and it causes you to have to reconnect, and that's really out of our control. Nothing we can do, but the tech guys will be able to troubleshoot for you if you're having any issues there. All right, let's see what else we got here. I think I'm caught up. How do I set up a filter to alert when a candle moves above the previous high? For example, I only want bottoming tail alerts when the price of moves above the bottoming tail candle high. Well, let's do some experimentation here. Let's open up a new alert window. Iris, I don't have any instructions to email you. All you need is a short filter. Look, watch my screen right now. Create a new alert window. Go here, hit new, hit alert. You're going to come to your alert config window. Oh, of course, my screen is slowing down right now. Okay, you're going to hit start from scratch. Okay, that's what you always do in alert window. Go to search, type in short float, and add that filter. You're going to want that. That's the most important filter to finding a short squeeze. Everything else is up to you, but that's the one you're going to want to use. If you need help if you need more help in creating alert windows, go to our YouTube channel and search for the Trade Ideas TI University 101 class. This is basic 101 stuff here at Trade Ideas, and we cover it in that video. It's one of the first things we cover. I'll walk you through how to build your own alert window from scratch. Okay? All right, so KH, how do I set up a filter? Candles moving above the previous high. So let's create a new alert window. And Iris, you might want to pay attention here. I'm creating an alert window from scratch. Hit new, hit alert window. I'm gonna hit start from scratch right there. And first thing I'm gonna do is in the search terms box, I'm gonna type candlesticks. I'm not sure what kind of alerts we have. Consecutive candles, no, that's not gonna do the trick. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in new high, because what you're asking for, KJ, is you want to see a stock breaking out basically above a previous high, so previous candle. So if I do a new high, actually no, that's not going to do it. What am I doing? 5 minute? Okay. So I just typed in 5 minute, and I believe we have a 5 minute high. 5 minute high. There we go. So this kind of backs into it, KJ, but if I have an alert for a new 5-minute high, that essentially means it's breaking above the previous 5-minute candle. Okay? So that's step one. You want to be alerted when it breaks above the previous candle's high. So that's how we can do that. We'll add that alert, place a check in the box, that's activated. Now, it can't just be any candle, right? You have a requirement. You want what's quote unquote a bottoming tail. So you want to see a candle, the previous candle where the stock basically closed that candle in the upper end of that range, if I understand my bottoming tails the best. So let's go here and let's go position in range filter. So right here, position in 5-minute range, I would use this filter, position in 5-minute range, add that filter and set the requirement, the minimum requirement, let's say, I don't know, you'd have to experiment with this, but let's say 75, okay? This is going to require that the stock closes in the upper 25% of that candle. So I could check my work here by clicking the Show Me button. Click the Show Me. The price is at least 75% above the low of this range. In other words, it's in the top 25%. Okay? So is that a bottoming tail by your definition? I hope so. Maybe not. You might have stricter parameters. You might want to change the 75 to 85. Okay? You can do that. Let's go ahead and hit OK. And so right now I only have one filter in place. I would generally, let's put a minimum price of $10 just to have something else. But these are the only filters I have. And the only alert I have active is the 5-minute high. So let's just launch this and see what it looks like. So look, we're getting a lot of alerts firing through right now. Let me just click one of them. And let's change that. Let's zoom into this chart. Okay, I'm not sure I like what that's telling me there. Let's pull up a different one. That's a bad one. So it looks like, yeah, I don't know if this is perfectly identifying bottoming tails, because like here's an example here where this candle here, stock definitely closed in the upper range, but I don't know if that qualifies as a bottoming tail because it basically opened at the bottom of the candle and traded up to the top. I have to do a little bit more brainstorming on this one. Yes, Iris, 25% short float is a good place to start, but that's just a number I made up. You might find that 40% short float is the better number for you, or 50%. It's going to take some experimentation. There's no right answer. You could use any number you want. There's no right answer. Can you link any broker with TI? No. The only brokerage that you can, well, actually, it depends on what you're asking there, Mr. Liu. For trading purposes, the only brokerage that accepts live orders from Trade Ideas from our Brokerage Plus platform, the only broker that accepts those orders is Interactive Brokers. There are no other brokers that currently accept it. We're working on some others, yes. I have zero ETA to offer you on when that'll be available. These are things we've been working on for years, and they don't work at our pace, unfortunately. Right now, Interactive Brokers is the only one. Now, you can link Trade Ideas to any other broker. And by linking, what that basically means is anytime I pull up a chart on Trade Ideas, let's say I click on this ALRM chart, this ticker will also simultaneously load on your brokerage platform so that you can quickly make a trade over there. That's called external linking. And the way you do that, and this is a little nuanced, every platform is a little different, but in general, if you want to link Trade Ideas to another platform, you go to your TI menu bar at the top, go to Tools, choose External Linking. You're going to click Add Link, and then you're going to follow the on-screen instructions to link your platform. Basically, the short answer is you then hover your mouse over to where you can't see another brokerage platform on my computer right now, but let's say I had to say this window over here was my E-Trade platform, right? I would hover my mouse over to the box where I would type in my symbol, and I would hit the Shift key, and that's explained here in this box up here. I'd hit the Shift key, and that would select that box, and then I would hit OK, and then you would see the link appear in this window, and then you'd be all set. But there's a little bit of nuance sometimes. Some platforms work a little different. If you run into any trouble, again, the same answer I gave to the gentleman before, come into our live chat or send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and one of our technicians will get you hooked up. I'm going to put the email address here in the chat, info@trade-ideas.com. You can send all questions to that email address. One of our technicians will happily walk you through getting external linking set up. Iris, short float has nothing to do with trading options. Absolutely zero to do with trading options. Options is a completely different game. We're talking about trading stocks here. And the short float only refers to the amount of shares held short, held in short positions. That's it. Has nothing to do with options trading at all. Yes, Autolicious, the position and range filters are very powerful, and you just like with anything on the platform, you have to experiment. That's the only way you're going to learn. Okay, I mean, I could talk till I'm blue in my face, showing you guys how to do things, and I'm happy to do that, by the way. But at the end of the day, you have to do it. You have to kick the tires. You got to make mistakes. You got to play around with the different functions and keys, and tinker and learn. That's the only way. That's the only way I learn. That's unfortunately that's the only way I learn. I've learned how to trade the hard way by messing up, by losing money. That's how I've learned how to trade over the years. Mr. Lou, KJ, you're welcome. Thanks for the questions. Folks, I've got 15 minutes left. Wow, time flies during these Q&A sessions sometimes. I've got 15 minutes left till the top of the hour. So anyone who has any more questions about any features of the platform, please throw them in there. Don't be shy. If you have a question, there's a good chance somebody else was thinking about that too. So we all benefit when you put questions in there. Well, now we're getting some Confucius lines dropped in the Q&A. I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. You get me, Autolicious. You feel me. You're like my brother from another mother. Let's check in the CHK. What's it doing now? Oh, look at that. It's coming back. Did I call it, or did I not say this thing could very easily go back into the 40s? It's not there yet, but sure looks like it wants to. I mean, look, I know it's hard if you got into this trade here and you're up here and you're already up huge and you're like, oh, I got to take some profits. And then you see the thing keep screaming higher. I know that's hard. I've been trading for a long time, and I could absolutely tell you that the missed opportunities hurt me a hell of a lot more than the losers hurt me. The trades that I was in and I was well positioned to profit, but I got out early for some stupid reason, or I messed up and hit the wrong key and exited my trade and then watched them from the sidelines as the thing took off without me. Those trades always hurt more than the losing trades. I don't know why. I don't know what that says about my psychology, but that's my truth. That's the cross that I have to bear. But man, when a stock moves like this, it's irresponsible, especially if you were in this for a day trade. Think about this for a second. Let's talk about this holistically. You're in a stock for a day trade. When you're a day trader, what are you expecting? What's a realistic move for any stock, right? Like if a stock moves 5% in a day or 10%, that's a tremendous move on any normal day, right? If you get into a stock and you bought it at 45 and this thing goes up and is up 50% in an hour, 50% moves sometimes take a year to materialize for many stocks, right? 50% in a year is a great move, a fantastic move for any stock. If you get a 50% move in 1 hour and you're just sitting on your hands, you deserve this pullback if you're still sitting in this thing right now. You deserve this. So I'm not trying to shame anybody here, but come on. If you're in that ride, you had to be selling a little along the way. I'm not saying you get out completely, but you got to be selling something, right? You got to be trimming it back. That's just responsible trading. What happened with RCL? Let's look at it. Siggy, Don't blame it on your significant other. You pulled the trigger. Nobody else to blame but yourself, buddy. Yeah, a lot of beaten up stocks. Definitely have had some big moves in the last month for sure. And Royal Caribbean is one of them. I don't know about you, but I'm not getting on a cruise ship anytime soon. But that shouldn't matter whether I trade the stock or not or how I trade it. Got to try to divorce your opinions about stocks. Divorce your opinions from your trading strategy, that's for sure. Volume and price action. That's it. It's all that matters. Only price pays, as my good friend Brian Shannon likes to say. Alpha Trends, for those of you who follow him on Twitter. What are the broader indices doing today? What's the Russell? Russell's up 2% today. Wow. Boy, this bull market, the bull market that everybody hates off the March lows, it just keeps chugging along, right? Unbelievable. There is nobody, I don't care who you are. Well, there might be one. I know one guy. There's one guy I can point to. But everybody else, there's nobody who back here in March, on March 23rd, could have predicted anything like this move in this amount of time. There's nobody out there who was calling for this. People might have said this was the low. Sure. That felt like a low to me in hindsight, of course. And sure, this move here was predictable. And even maybe this move up here to the 50-period moving average was pretty, shouldn't have been all that surprising. But this last leg, there's nobody who saw this coming. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. I know one guy. One guy. And if you're on Twitter, you should follow him. His name is Ali Meshkady. His Twitter handle is A-Meshkady. Guy's a must follow. One of the smartest guys on social finance I know. I'll put his Twitter handle here in the comments section. If you guys are on Twitter, follow this guy. One of the clearest thinking, smartest traders I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. He's based in San Diego. Just wow. Just really, really smart guy. And he called this. At the bottom, he called this. I'm telling you, he called it and he's been sticking by it all the way through. Really smart guy. And he didn't just call it just to make a bet. I mean, he had data to back him up. He had reasons. He laid out his strategy. He's been laying out his strategy in blog posts and on Twitter. Just a super smart guy. If you get nothing out of this hour you spent with me today, I hope you learned who this guy is. Ali Meshkady. There it is. Just typed it out. If you interact with him, tell him Chicago Sean sent you. I had the pleasure of meeting him just once in person. I don't live in San Diego, but I was out in San Diego once many years ago, and he came out, met me at a restaurant, and we shared a couple cocktails and talked about markets. And boy, man, what a smart guy. Smart guy. All right, folks. We've got 9 minutes left here. 8 minutes left until top of the hour. So first last call. It's not a hard last call, but last chance to get questions answered before we shut the Q&A down, and Barry will take you into the close in the live trading room. Oh yeah, Siggy, I know Maxwell Street. Didn't hang out there too often. I lived on the north side. But yeah, I definitely had been down the Maxwell Street for sure. I know it. But yeah, I always lived on the north side when I lived in Chicago. I too was there for 10 years. I was there from 2003 until 2012. 10 years in total. 10 years almost to the day. Actually, that's not true. A little more than 10 years. Iris, you don't place stops in an A window. A window is not for trading. A window just shows you alerts. Okay? So in an A window, so let's blow up this one right here that you see on my screen, this all-time highs. This is just all an A window is doing is telling me that an alert fired. Okay? So in this case, this is showing me stocks making new all-time highs. So at 10:47 my time, I'm in Colorado. Okay? So I'm in the Colorado time zone. At 10:47, I can click on this. You can see the blue arrow points to it. This alert fired. That stock at that point was a new all-time high. Okay? There's no stop to put in place there. This is an alert. Okay. Stops only refer to trades that you're in. Okay. So in my Brokerage Plus window over here, these are my open positions. If I click on any of my open positions, you can see my stop losses clearly displayed on my chart. The red line shows me my stop loss level. Okay. This is actually a stock that I've already been stopped out of. So let's pick a different one. Let's pick this eBay. So you can't see it on my 5-minute chart because it's too far away. But here on my daily chart, you can see where my stop loss level is. And by the way, I'm going to move this. Wow. I have not been paying attention to eBay. I didn't realize it had such a huge gap. So my stop loss level right now is at 42.05. I'm going to just change it. All I have to do is just drag the stop loss level, drag it up, and move my stop loss to right there. Okay, and that I just adjusted my stop loss level. Pretty sweet. But this only applies, Iris, to positions, stocks you have positions in. Okay. And if you want to add a stop loss order on any open positions that you don't have one in already, you can just right click on a ticker or highlight a position, right click on it and hit modify stop orders. You can enter an exact price you want to get out, right? I could do this. Like I could say, I want my price to be, 56.50. That could be my stop loss, right? And then I hit add and it'll change it. Okay, so Iris, let me walk you through that real quick. So let's try this out. So let's say I want to buy this road. Okay, I'm looking at this chart. I got the all-time high alert. I got the chart up here, and let's get into a position. So I'm just going to use this manual thing here. I'm going to buy 100 shares. Okay, I'm going to buy 100 shares at market. Okay, boom! I just got in. You can see the little B show up, and you can see my position right there. Okay, now I don't have a stop loss in yet. I just have an open position. Now, if I want to add a stop loss to it, well, first let's look at the chart. Where would I like to put my stop loss? Let's say 2050. Okay, let's say 2050 looks like a good level that I want to get out of this stock at 2050 if it breaks 2050. So I will highlight road, my position here. I will right click. I'm going to click add stop order. Okay, and I'm going to put in my price. I could choose it from here. That's just a little quick little thing, or I could manually type it in. In this case, I'll put 2050. I'm going to hit add. And now I've got a stop loss in place. You can see it clearly displayed on my chart. I could also see it in my Brokerage Plus window. If I go to my orders tab, I will see the open order right there. Here's my stop. See, it says type, stop, submitted, stop price 2050. This is a working order. It's active in the market right now. But I could also visualize on my chart, and then I could adjust it as needed. If I want to drag it up, make it a little closer, there we go. That's how you add a stop to any existing open positions. Ali Meshkady. I just typed it in there again for you, Sheila. Ali Meshkady. A lot of good questions today, folks. Thanks for keeping me on my toes. These Q&A sessions definitely go a lot better when we have more questions coming in. The more questions that come in, the more we all get out of the session. So with that disclaimer, I got 3 minutes left. So last call for questions, folks. Otherwise, we do these every day, every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So come on back anytime. Bookmark the link you see up in your browser, the youtube.com/user/trade ideas /live. Just bookmark that link. And then you can just click it. Click it once to enter, and you're right in. No passwords, no usernames, no monkeying around. Just one click and you're in. It's pretty nice. And that same link will get you into Barry's trading room. So again, for those who are new here, at this channel here on YouTube, at this destination you are at right now, we stream all trading day long. For most of the day, you'll find the live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. Barry's the man. He's a real trader, trading with real money, using Trade Ideas software. You get to basically look over the shoulder of a real trader as he trades throughout the trading day. You can ask him questions. There's a lot of people that hang out with him, so you might not get to everyone's questions, immediately, but he's really good and really patient. And you can't help but learn through osmosis by watching Barry trade. And that is on this channel all day long, only interrupted for 1 hour for the live Q&As that we do every day at noon Eastern. All right. And it looks like Barry is streaming. Hold on, let me see if he wants me to hand it back. Well, thanks again to everybody for being here, and thanks for the questions. It looks like we've exhausted all the questions for now. So I'm going to pass the room back to Barry, and Barry's going to take you all the way into the close. Happy trading, everybody. Stay healthy, stay happy. We'll see you next time.
You know how I trade. That's one of my favorite. One more question or quick question. Sure, my windows, John. My watch list, yes. That's what I'm going to recommend. Shameless, but all you have to do is take a look at where these original alerts happen and just, track them to see what happened afterwards. Are every one of them fantastic? Of course not. But my windows, you can access it from the channel bar. New, channel bar, and then my windows. But again, before you do that, if you're going to, first of all, you won't see all the original ones, early ones, but remember now, everything in a channel is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because your layout will be replaced by anything you click in a channel. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. I mean, the basic new highs and lows, but it all depends on what sort of a trader you are, John. I mean, a lot of traders hate, and I mean hate, buying momentum stocks. They think that's the dumbest thing to do. Should wait for a pullback, okay? And listen, I'm not going to say it isn't. I just happen to like playing momentum plays. But that may not be your cup of tea. You know what? This is one that I was I guess I've sort of... See why it made the watch list for a long time? Look at this consolidation on the daily. Then on Friday, it did have the pop. I think I'm just a little late. It's got a big float, though, for a $5 stock. Oh, I see I'm back in the YouTube feed. Okay. This reminds me, I don't know if you guys remember this week back here? This is back in April the 6th, the week of April the 6th. And all these ones in what we call other investment pools and funds were going crazy that week. And then they pulled back for a month and a half. Then last week, and now look at this week. And this is so many of them now. They're all looking the same, XAN. Again, look at that, same week. MIT, I think MIT was kind of the star. I think that's the first one maybe not. But they're all looking the same. Big drop, and now coming back. Can that be sustained for tomorrow also? I'm afraid to look at Beyond Meat. Yeah. Almost the all-time, well, not quite. No, it's got a ways to go. It's got a long way to go, actually. Man, even Hertz is having it's a little day after looked like finally reality was setting in on Friday. Yes, it was above. It finished positive, but it really sold off. And if I'd been a betting man, I would have thought, okay, that set up that's sell off will continue. But that's why I'm not a betting man. Now, if you're looking at Hertz, I mean, there's a ton of resistance right around here, just around 620ish or so. How's Macy's doing? There's another one that I would not have thought would do what it's doing, but the reason I say that is that Macy's and the J.P. Penney's and the Macy's and a lot of the other retailers, but especially Macy's, this is all pre-pandemic, guys. I mean, you can't blame this downturn on the pandemic. Meanwhile, look at the ETF for the airline industry, Jets. I did this. I did this one in Friday. First time I played an ETF in a long time, pre-market. All right, guys, it is now just about 1:05, so I'm going to do my video. Oops. Should be before 1:30, but just in case, have some technical issues. And you can always subscribe to my daily video right there. All right, guys, so we'll see you at around 1:30. All right, guys, I'm back. So notice, guys, I had a stop in for, again, this was a holdover from Friday. And of course, I would have traded it out before, would not have allowed it to get me out for a loss here. I mean, I was in at 936 and it got all the way up to 1005. This is in the simulator, but it reacted to the automatic stop that I put in place right on the chart, and it took it out. Check is not halted now. No, CHK is not halted now. It was. You know, again, one of the scans that I'm sharing, CHK, there it is. This is the halts resume scan. All right, guys. The apps is on the move here. Again, if you watch the video, I don't know if I'm going to swing it, but oh, guys, and there's some nice volume coming in for the apps. Anyway, it's a lifetime high, so I don't know where it's going, but probably, Dave. Yeah, typically fat boys, I don't. Okay, I don't. I just don't have the confidence. I mean, I might sound crazy. I've just never been one to do that. I usually take my position, my whole position right at the beginning. But obviously, you know, when stop, you know, oxy guys, oxy. Look at this SRG. Again, in the video I was showing this one also. Ones that look just like this with these huge monthly candles and then massive recoveries. Of course, I think these guys are way more, they're involved in leasing, right? Yeah, malls and things like that. Boy, I mean, people must be thinking they're all coming back. Individual industries. Well, I mean, you can see the individual sectors right there, so I'm not sure if you want to see symbols for, we do have, let me just show you here. So are you following me, Don? Okay, so if you right click on an alert window, configure, then you go symbol list, then add existing list. Okay, now you scroll down scroll down until you see sectors. It's right at the bottom, okay? Right at the very bottom. See where it says sectors and there's a little plus sign beside it? Hit that. Now, so if you were looking at the construction, in general, the construction industry, we have a symbol list for you. But if you wanted to drill down, click on the plus sign, construction of buildings, heavy and civil, specialty trade. You want to keep drilling down. I mean, you can go crazy. You can keep hitting that plus sign. Okay? You can drill down you get into like the subsector of the subsector of the subsector. Okay? So you can play around with that. If you see something you like, then you click on it and it'll move over here. And then once it's over here, then you can attach it to a window. Or a wink. Or the other way you can do this. Let's just say you click on an alert. I haven't talked about the similar. Somebody was really telling me they liked the similar tab earlier on. I haven't talked about the similar tab for a bit, so let me talk a little bit about that similar tab, okay? Super powerful. I wish I could pay a little more attention, but that's my excuse. But you guys can pay a lot more attention to it than I can. So if you don't have, you have to open our single stock window, the similar tab. If you don't have that similar tab, so again, from new and then single stock window, this window will pop up. You don't have to add it, it's automatically there, okay? So this is what I do. You don't have to do the same thing, but I click on the similar tab and then I duplicate it twice. Right click, duplicate. That's why you see it here twice. And then what I do is I sort on the change from the percent closed column. And I sort it so I can see in this window here, I see the ones that are up the most within the sector. And then I can also do it the other way by double left clicking and seeing the ones that are down the most. Now there are very few down the most in that sector. But so this is actually up 3.4%, but that's the worst performing one in the sector, as an example. Now, if you're really interested, this is obviously a pretty good sector to follow all day long. If you're really interested in this sector, then you can pop this window out. So you right click on the window and you see where it says pop out. You just pop it out. So now you could follow this sector all day long. This is create a top list. Now you could add your filters in here. You might only want a certain price range. Maybe you want a minimum volume, but you can really fine tune it once you've popped it out. That's what I do for this sector. You've probably heard me say this many times. I love following the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. So I popped it out. And when I popped it out, then I created, the price range that I wanted. I wanted to make sure that it was trading at least double normal and minimum 100,000 shares. I mean, they were going to be usually way over that. And then I added this column. There's VVI, guys. Talked about this before. And then I added this column. The position in the day's range column. So I could sort on that. So now I have this. And this is just always part of my layout. And I just sort on the position in the day's range. So wrapped, R-A-P-T, as an example, it's right at the high of the day's range. That's why this is right up there. EDRO, close, maybe just a penny below. But remember, this gets updated every 30 seconds. So, and that's how I like to follow that sector all day long. Yeah, I don't, Dante. I'm not sure. You see, yeah, here's how you, I mean, we do have a sector ETF, I believe. I don't know how detailed it gets. ETF Trader or something like that. You can try that. ETF Focus, you can try that. I'm not sure how many ETFs there are in there, or you know, I think it's more than just the big nine. Otherwise, what you could do is you could create all the ETFs that you want to follow, okay? And then you could create a big symbol list, and then you could attach it to, say, a top list window and just follow the sectors and sort. You know, when you say leading industries within a sector, then you could just sort on it. Yeah, it's a very cool one. I mean, there's no question that it's a very, very good. I think it's probably one of the better additions. You know, I was kind of liking the insiders before, but I don't really look at it anymore. I think we need more filters. But I do like this similar because you can pop it out and then create exactly how you want to follow the industry. Guys, look at Michael. I know I said this before. You know, so Michael's had there was the alert and a nice move higher. And then it rested just a little bit here for about 45 minutes. And now look what it's doing, MIK. Well, exactly. It's great for sympathy moves. So you look at MIK and you say, wow, that's the biggest one. Well, what is this one doing? TaylorMade, or not TaylorMade, Golf Club. Tailored Brands. Oops, sorry. So you can kind of, you know, you can look at the ones in here as an example. I mean, they're all going so well. I mean, look, the market's up. They're all going so well. Hobbies, toys, and game stores. I mean, but they're all going pretty well. But you can maybe find, okay, this one's lagging. Why? And is it perhaps setting up? Or, you know, the reverse. I mean, there's Carvana. You know, I mean, it is lagging a lot. Though this is a new car dealer, so. But all I'm saying is that it's a great for sympathy plays. No indicators. I mean, are you talking what from here? From the basic new highs and lows? No, I had nothing like that. This has got to be the simplest window. You know, well, there's my price range. Basically, it's just the fact that the current volume is at least three, so it's trading three times as normal with a minimum, 300,000 shares, and it's up at least 3% from the close. That's it. I mean, it's ridiculously simple. Nothing to do with, well, volume, yes, but no SMA, no VWAP. Guys, just give me a moment here, okay? I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Forgot to fill up my water. Oops. All right, I'm back. Okay, the Dreamer, wink, wink, $1.40 or $1.40, 10.40. That's just me. All right, guys. Well, what's this LSRX doing? SLRX. Boy, this is another one that has, the makings of a nice little comeback. Low float situation, 13 million. Is there any news? I don't see any real news on it. That's too bad. I was pulling for this company, I have to admit, but I mean, obviously, it is. Yeah, I mean, this, you really have to read these things. But I mean, successful announces a successful completion of an Interact meeting for a potential cure of HIV. Okay, so I mean, it's not a cure, of course, but people are just seeing that as a headline, and that's got bidded up. But I mean, reality setting in. Can I swing this one? Don't do it. Well, I'm telling you what, I was so patient on this one. So patient. I was tempted a few times right there, but I said nope, 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 nope. And then it was basically, see that little bit of volume that came in ahead, and then that one. That okay. Look at Hertz. Wow. Look at Hertz, guys, here. Look at this red bar ignored on Hertz right there at 493 or so. Wow. Sounds like you're short Hertz, William. You're right. Interesting. Yeah, there are no borrows from me either at Interactive Brokers. Well, it's just speculation, Mike K. I mean, yeah, I mean they declared Chapter 11, or I can't remember, was it Chapter 11 or actually bankruptcy? Before I say that, somebody should correct me on that. But this was a couple of weeks ago, I believe. This is when it was right down here. Can't remember if it was Chapter. Well, not exactly. I mean, Chapter 11 can be a reorganization and you get some protection, right? Whereas bankruptcy, that's it. It's over. It's over. Yeah. Again, I don't profess to be an expert in this, but when I hear Chapter 11, I think, okay, there's a glimmer of hope, some reorganization, creditors getting a certain amount on the dollar, but it's not like the company is shuttering. I'm not talking Hertz specifically, but it's not like the company is just, that's it, we're out of business. Yeah, thank you. Chapter 7, thank you. That's what I thought. Yeah, J Trade, you're out of luck there. You're going to have to open up every window. You might have one. You may have one that's minimized. You don't know it, but you'll have to open up all your windows. So go to Windows and Show All, and then if you right-click on the alert window, right-click on the alert window and click on Properties and then Actions. Then you'll see the alert. Okay, for instance, I've got applause here. You'll see the alert, but you'll have to go through them individually. Is it, do you think it's a window that you downloaded from me? Is it a text to voice? Because if it's my basic highs and lows, that is a text to voice. And it's saying HTZ over and over and over. And yeah, there's no easy way. You have to go through them all. Now, you can silence them all if you want, but that defeats the purpose, of course, with the volume, with that's a volume icon. So you can silence them all if you want, but that kind of defeats the purpose of having a sound alert. There will be. I don't know how much it'll be, Billy. You know, I would say it's going to be a minimum 20%. It may be 25, but I don't know. It may not be 25, but I'm sure it'll be a minimum of 20%. And that's a couple of weekends from now, right? If it's text to voice, it's probably my basic new highs and lows, which is very irritating at the very beginning of the day. But so we did have some decent ones from the AI. I mean, obviously on a re-entry, the CHK. And the pump right from the beginning, PUMP, right from there was the alert, nice and steady up, right sector to be in. It didn't have a pullback though. It really, I mean, some of the other ones had pullbacks. Though I'm wrong. There was the pullback at the beginning of the day. Okay, I'm wrong. There it is. But after that, steady up. You know what, guys? It could be an interesting one. This is a Rev G. This is we're definitely not in earnings season now. This is one of the few today that I can see that has earnings. Look left and look how much room it's got. This could be interesting going forward. I mean, it has bounced off the lows of the day, though the pre-market highs are still way up here around 970. So this could be an interesting one. Might make the watch list for tomorrow. Especially if it holds this 8 level. Wow, look at Mick. Again, I can't remember who it was. Right at the very beginning of the day, I think he left. He said he didn't want his brain to explode. But we were talking about this MIK. And there was the alert. It pulled back, and then it gave you a second chance to get in it. I mean, look at that, MIK. Now this looks like it's potentially coming into a lot of resistance in this area. This is what we were talking about when you looked at that weekly chart. Boy, okay, what is this high right there? 215, guys. You know what? If this BORR takes that 215, that's the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Then there is really clear sailing. So I mean, if we're anticipating that, you know, this sector is coming back. I even saw RIG earlier today, or in the pre-market. Let's see if RIG is. I mean, even RIG. So BOR, guys, it's almost at that high. So let's just stick an alert right there. This will be almost for sure in the watch list for tomorrow. Because look at the room. Look left. Look at the room. I mean, this might take it out right now. Might get the alert right now. There it is, guys. There's BOR. Just check out that. It's right at the alert, right at it. You can see that blue line. It hasn't turned green yet. It's right there. There it is. Wow. Tore through it. Tore through that alert. And look at the volume that came in. Again, volume, volume, volume. Look at the volume that came in. So, I mean, it's challenging. What time is it? So it's got another minute to close on that 5-minute chart, or less than a minute. Yeah, about a minute to close. But look at the volume that came in. You know, it's challenging that volume there that propelled it. Of course, Billy, some would say I'm a scalper. You know, those people who hold stocks for days, weeks, months, years think that anybody who intraday trades, day trades, is a scalper. So it's all in the perspective of it. You know, somebody mentioned ZAG earlier. Look at ZAG, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got. ZAG on that monthly chart. I'm surprised they're kind of still around, you know. You know what ZAG does? You know, they put the screensavers or screen protection on various iPhones and Androids and tablets, etc. They used to have kiosks in the malls, and when they first started up, I mean, they were everywhere, and I think they were incredibly successful. What's a mall? Yeah, well, okay, guys, just give me a minute here. I have to make a phone call. I'll be right back. Let me just put that in here. I have to make a phone call though. I can't get rid of this in just a second. Give me a moment here. Okay, I'll put myself on mute. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back, but I have a I have a silly technical issue. Okay, done. Okay, good. I couldn't get rid of my this little marking tool I've got. Well, guys, How far above? How far can apps go? Big, little bit of a psychological area. Mr. Real, good morning or afternoon. I guess it's afternoon. Well, I'm not surprised, but I thought maybe there'd be a little more activity around the, on the upside for the GNUS, but evidently not after their big blockbuster news on, on Friday. So I'm going to stick an alert here. It's not going to happen today, but I'm going to stick an alert here. 775, that's a high of Friday, and just see what happens. Okay, well, you know me, what I've done. The dreamer. Yeah, it's our secret code. I just don't have it in me to swing trade. I just don't. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that one ends up. I don't have that much left, but enough that if it keeps moving higher and higher and higher, it'd be kind of cool. But we'll see. This Zag, that's a low float too. I mean, 29 million in the float, 4.5, 430 stock. Wink point oh, yes. That's funny. Well, it's listen, anything can happen with this. I mean, I even checked to see if they put out any sort of news. They didn't put out any sort of news. Oh, good. Come on. Again, I don't have, I've sold a couple of times, but we'll see what happens here with this apps. So yes, it's in the right sector. Yeah, I know it's in the right sector. But you have to understand that this is a company that did a 1 for 200 reverse split. They, I mean, should it be up 145%, up $36? No, but I think it has around 16 million in the float. So this is just traders getting all active in it. That's all. You know, I saw GNC this morning, a little pop up this morning. I still see their retail outlets out there, you know, in a few malls that I frequent. No, not lately, of course, no malls lately. But I do see GNC every now and then. But I guess I have to think that they're doing, you know, to be in business at all, they're doing more online stuff. But I mean, this has been a beaten up stock for years now, it seems, GNC. Do they? Stitch Fix. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, June 8th post market. Yeah, you were right. June 8th post market. Indecision, you can tell right there, topping tails on the last three daily charts. Indecision about, doesn't have well, it's got some room, I shouldn't, but it doesn't have a ton of room. It's not a nice looking monthly chart. Well, guys, I mean, some look at the wow, look at the volume that just came into GNC. And Sono on the look at the volume that came into Sono, guys. Another one that is coming all the way back. Look at that. Well, it doesn't have $16. I mean, there's a big area right there for it, but I mean, it still has room, of course. And right at the 200-day moving average, 1251 for Sono. So Sono, yeah, right at the 200-day moving average, 1251, just popping now through that 200-day moving average. Leaving that 200-day behind right now. All right, guys, look at this. This was a big gap up and reverse now for CAR. Right at, no, sorry, that's the weekly, 200 weekly. Problem is, it's a chase right now. Maybe it'll pull back close to the 200 day, maybe, and then bounce off it, maybe. Oh, look at Amicus. Now, this one, where's the support on the daily chart? So we're right around $11. If this takes out 11, this might be on my watch list tomorrow. You know, if it takes out 11, I mean, look at this one, fold, Amicus Therapeutics. Obviously, it didn't have some good news. Just looking for another one to take. Another one to do a simulated trade. So there's a hotkey. I just used the hotkey on it. I thought I did. I don't think my hotkeys don't appear to be working. Oh, what am I talking about? It did. Forget what I said. All right, SSL. How about buying it right here? Let's see what happens. Take 500 shares. I can go in at the market. It's only a penny spread, so I just took 500 shares right at the market, 1071. You can see it's okay to go in at the market if it's a penny spread or a couple of pennies. That's not a big deal. So and then I'm going to put a stop in. Notice I was trying to get close to $100 on what I was risking. So there it is, right there, $100. The stop was 20 cents away times 500. That gives me, and that made sense to maybe put it there, maybe there. But, and now I can also put in a target if I want. Okay, just showing you what you can do. Now it's right on the chart. So I can adjust that stop up and down anywhere I want. Whoa, bore. This one was a nice one on Friday also. BGG, Briggs and Stratton. Look at the move it had on Friday. Now it's taken all this out. Again, there's the resistance probably. It's got a little bit of room still, 340, 350-ish or so, right on that weekly chart. Again, guys, all I'm doing is using the simulator in action. The simulator is part of our standard service. It's just part of this Brokerage Plus window. All you have to do is check it, simulated trading, and then you're good to go. Practice, practice, practice. It's using our real-time data. There's no bearing on what brokerage platform you have. You can. You have to go in at limit orders though, okay? So after hours and also pre-market. You can't go in at the market. You have to go in you have to limit trading. Okay, so you have to pick a price. But otherwise, yes. And of course, if you don't close out any position at the end of the day, it'll carry over to the following day. So like a swing trade. We can't replay it. No, I don't. I don't know what you mean by replay. You cannot reset during the day. Okay. If you get out of every trade at the end of the day, you'll have a fresh slate tomorrow. But you can't reset during the day. No. I mean, this still has room, this SSL. It still has room. You look at that monthly chart, 2175-ish. I mean, it still has a double in it if it got up there. Amazing. Yeah, same on the weekly. Well, it's a simulator. It's simulating trading, you know. The reason why we're not allowing people to reset it during the day is that ultimately, I don't know when it's going to happen, is we want to, have a contest, gamification of it, as Dan likes to call it. So you can't just, you get into a trade you don't like, so you want to wipe it out. Well, that obviously it won't work. So we are looking, and again, I say this all the time. It's we're looking to create a trading journal from it. So you can at least go back and take a look. No, I didn't. No, he's talking about. I think he's talking about Brokerage Plus. Backtesting is if you have a premium service, you can use our backtester right here. If you have a premium service, you create an alert strategy and you backtest it. I have no idea, JB. I honestly don't know. I'm sure there's some out there, but I don't know. Maybe just Google that. Just literally Google it. Journal your days, your trades, your trades daily for free. Just see what happens. GH bounce candidate. There's that 200 day. I guess that's also what you're looking at. There's a 200 day. If it gets down there, and we're close to GH is what, 76.55? Not that far away. Well, actually, that's the whole thing about our system when backtesting is it is looking at the entire market. Okay, though, so it's not one ticker at a time at all. You don't insert a ticker. Now, you can backtest your own watch list if you want. Okay, but backtesting is, let's just say I wanted to backtest the basic. I mean, that'd be crazy to do it. You'd have way too many. Let's just, if I eliminated the new low, so there's my trigger, new high. So what the back testing does is, okay, it'll look, and depending on the time frame you pick, you can go back 63 trading days, about 3 months. Okay, you can go back 3 months. So what the back tester does is it says, okay, every single occurrence where a stock was between 1 and 30, the current volume was 3, the volume was at least 300 shares, 300,000 shares, and it was up at least 3%. Every time that happened and a stock made a new high, you get a, how many times did that happen over the last, up to say 63 trading days? If you had taken every single trade, what would have happened? Okay, that's basically what the backtester does. But you could, if you wanted to, say, but I only wanted to test and a certain number of stocks, say in a watch list that you had. And then it'll just test that watch list. Does that make sense? It's what we call an event-based backtester. Okay, the event being just like I said. Here's the event. Anytime that happens, that's the event. Rail. I haven't seen Rail for a while. I remember Rail back in these days here. Another one trying to crawl back. Rail trying to crawl back, but probably some resistance right around 2-ish, a little over 2. But you can see if it takes this out, I mean, look how much room it has. You need our premium service, the backtest stalker, right? You know that though? Or maybe you don't know that. Basically, you just right click, backtest the strategy, and then you set it all up. When you want it to start, when you want it to end. You do your simulation buy, and then you can start to, you can fill these in, and then you can start to optimize. You don't know that I already have it? Is that Is that suggesting that I should know? Yeah, you can. I think the only results we're going to see is if the AI getting out exactly, if on what we call conservative mode. Okay, that's why I find it very skewed to see it. But if you want to see it, I think there's a link I can give you. But I'll be honest, I don't really see the value of it, but you can see it. Before I give it to you, I just want to make sure that it is a valid link. But it really won't mean anything. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but because the AI can be used in so many different ways. Yeah, okay. So this is you can look at this. And it's only Holy Grail too. It's not all three of them. So I don't know what the value of that is. Okay. So sorry. That link there, okay, the bottom link. Yeah, look at Bohr, 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 Bohr. Wow. Look at the volume that's pouring into Bohr. 36 million shares. This one will get very interesting. Tomorrow, Rail, if it takes out that 2 level, it has some room. It's a low float, 12 million. It has some room up to that almost 5. So, boy, this will be interesting. Probably make my watch list. I wouldn't take it unless it took out this area, which is around 220. Yeah, there is the push, Fossil. What a great trader it was today. Didn't Laredo, am I wrong or am I right? Didn't Laredo do a reverse split fairly recently, LPI, or am I thinking of something else? Yeah, they did a 1 for 20 reverse split. So they did a 1 for 20 reverse split on, it looks like maybe it was on the 15th. It was announced on the 14th. Let me just see where it was supposed to take effect. Well, that was in May. I'm sorry. So it looks like it was on or around June 1st that it was effective. Okay. That's a 1 for 20 reverse split. Man, oh man, this boar is just, look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume. You know, the volume on Friday was huge. Look at the volume today. It's not a super low floater, 66 million in the float, but it's trading almost 14 times normal up to this point of the day. So let me put a few of the links in here, okay? I think these are turning into my important links to make sure people are aware of. Even if you're not a subscriber, but at least, you know, the 20 short video lessons, it'll show you, you know, how to create alert windows, top list windows, all the different features of trade ideas. So even if you're not a subscriber, you can click on that and you can, you know, you can see all these different, there's very quick, very quick, and all sorts of stuff about Brokerage Plus and intro to Brokerage Plus and how to link to brokerage, etc. At the bottom, those bottom three. But also, if you're interested, if you have an IB account, Interactive Brokers account, you want to trade your account, you know, notice I'm not having to explain it as much now. This is a great little video, not a little one. It's about 28 minutes long, but it's well worth it if you're looking to trade your Interactive Brokers account using Brokerage Plus. Another popular link is the Trade of the Week link. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think PayPal was it this week. You can sign up for that. It's all free. No, I guess PayPal maybe let's see, 156.34. That was the trigger for it. I'm not sure it hit that. So it never it didn't trigger, not yet anyway. There's that Fossil again, FOSL. And of course the subscription link. All right, guys, the moment of truth for me on the apps, if I'm going to hold it. Another little one. Look at this GPOR. On the move also, GPOR. Look at the volume. It just came into FTK, Flowtech. But there's that 200-day moving average. Now that did not stop BOR at all. Remember that 200-day? I'm sorry, wrong one. Sorry, it was something else I was looking at. It was this area right there. Did not stop it even for a second. Yeah, I mean, Fossil has really had a nice reaction to its earnings on June the 3rd. Through the 200-day now. Has some room to this area here, 1270-ish. So guys, I'll typically shut the room down around 3 p.m. I'll stay longer if there are questions, but otherwise I'll be shutting the room down at 3 p.m. All right, guys, SSL. Just find it so hard to swing, but hey, listen, if it takes out 12, I mean, if it takes out 11, I may. Another one that's continuing to go is GPOR. So that's over the 200 day, 206. So it broke through right there. But there's definitely some, looks like a lot of resistance on that daily. Not that far away. Boy, I have to give kudos to, I can't remember who it was Atal, beginning of the day, saying to watch Bohr, Borr. Might not be in the room anymore, but at the very, very beginning of the day, there you are, Atal designer. See? What a memory. I mean, here's another one, Cercor. CERC coming into a really critical level for it. Beyond Meat. Well, maybe I'll hold this one, this SSL, at least in the simulator, to see what happens. Apps, though, I mean, listen, if it closes well, aha! I see that FUTU reversed. It showed up as a short earlier, and I said, well, you know what? With the market being the way it is, shorts are probably not the way to go. And then it shows up as a long 1884, pretty extended, but and why it shows up right now because it's just now above yesterday's high, 1884. Yesterday being Friday, you should say. Something's going on with GNC, guys. I mean, look at the volume that came in. There was a nice little pullback right to $1. All right, this is only a 2-bar pullback, but APPS, sorry, 2-bar pullback on the 15s. A little more on the 5s, but a 2-bar pullback on the 15s for APPS. No, the simulate, it's all real time. Our data is real time. Okay, all this, so when you get an alert, it's real time. That's why the simulator is, it's real world. It's using our real time data. Otherwise, quite frankly, it'd be useless. Well, there's a lot of ways you can do it, JB. I mean, just have your order entry screen up. I mean, that has the bid and ask all the time. If you're going to use IB, I mean, your order entry screen will have that. You can also have your time and sales, which I like. Do you have IB? Okay, so just go to File and New Window. File, New Window. So from the IB, so you know where it says File Account Help. So File, New Window, and then where it says Time and Sales, and click on Time and Sales, and that'll do it. I can't. I can't say the word Tusk without thinking of Fleetwood Mac. Tusk, Mammoth Energy Services. GNC. Something is lighting a fire under this. Had a great day last week. A great day last week. That made sense. Had a great week. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, something is happening, guys. I just used the first one, the time and sales. I don't even know what multi-instrument means. I've never tried it. I just use the... Yeah, Swing Ideas. That's exactly what it is. It's Swing Ideas. So if you click on an alert and you like what you see, you know, I mean, it's probably looks like it has room on a daily, weekly, monthly chart. That's exactly what it is. Those Swing Ideas. Swing trades, yes. Look at that. Even a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for a JNC. All right, guys. Keep an eye on this GNUS. I mean, it's starting to get some volume in here. You know, I have an alert set way up here, okay? But starting to get some volume. GNUS. Meanwhile, GNC. Guys, I mean, something is happening with GNC. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but something is definitely happening. And it's all started last week. You mean, this has been rumored for a long time. You know, months and months, maybe even years ago, of being bought out. I think by a Chinese company. I think I may be wrong, but But there had been rumors a long time ago of their being bought out. I mean, so something obviously is happening with GNC. I mean, look. I mean, look at the volume that's coming in. 23 million shares. I mean, that's well, this is going to be an interesting one. HFFG over the whole number now. Wow. It's going to be a lot of, it's going to have interesting work for me this afternoon once the market closes and all, and doing my scanning. My biggest challenge will be to not have the list so large, because I don't want a lot. I mean, this is well, actually not too bad because there were the original ones, and now we've got a couple coming in later. The nice thing typically about this is that you don't get them. I mean, you might get a few right at 9:45, maybe. Some days though, we've seen nothing for until 10. Again, I have a delay on getting any alerts in these two windows until at least 9:45. Thing is, we've seen all these little energy stocks trying to crawl back now. WLL, another one. Okay, thank you for that, Stacy. Let's take a look at the SPY here. How close are we getting? Boy, we're only 14 points away from the all-time high, guys. I mean, this is unbelievable what's happened here. This big V shape, as it's called. I mean, look at the gaps on the weekly charts, and then we hit the bottom. Man, oh man. Yeah, well done. Very well done, of course. It is out of the price range I like to trade, but that's why we have all sorts of different trading styles in the room. I was going to say only 20%, but now I realize what you're saying. The high in December. But now 40%, sure. Another retailer crawling back is Fran. Had a nice week last week. Beginning of another, probably some resistance right around here on that day on that weekly chart around 770-ish. Where's the 200 day? The 200 days far enough away, 881. So why did it have to do this, SSL? Why did it have to do this? Get me out of the trade. All right, guys, I'm getting closer and closer to wrapping this up. Any last minute questions? I can do a lot of things, William, but that is one that I cannot do for you. Sorry. No, Harry, I mean, that's a question. Never mind penny stocks. How do you catch anything before the big move? I mean, it's unfortunately, trader doesn't have a crystal ball like that. I mean, all you can do is look at stocks that maybe are trying to crawl off the bottom, and maybe getting some little bit of volume ahead of time. But other than that, you can't know. What is your definition of a penny stock? What price range? And is it a pink sheet stock? Is it an OTC? No OTC, okay. Well, you can try this one. You can try loading this one from my scans. Trend reversal up and just putting a trend reversal up, okay? Load it and then put the price range of 1 to 5 and see what sort of stocks you're getting. These are trying to reverse a trend. So it could be the beginning of the reversal of the trend as an example. And just adjust the price range to 1 to 5 and see what sort of stocks you're seeing. It's a topless window, so you just have to load them one by one and just see what it looks like on that weekly and the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. Okay, that makes sense? You could see stocks that are looking like this. for an example, okay? This is obviously a $10 stock, but you might see stocks that are looking like this, a trend reversal. All right, so all I would do is take that top list window and just make the adjustment between one. You know how to do all this, right? Make the adjustment to between the price range of 1 to 5, and you might start seeing some stocks that are looking like this. You know, start trying to reverse the trend. Yeah, that's tough for me to make an advise, okay, because I'm not a financial advisor and I'm not allowed to say, well, this is when you take those positions, okay? I have some rules about when and I'm the wrong person because I don't swing trade very much. But I would say this is that if the stock has what I call room on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, in other words, it still has room to keep moving, and it's not near, well, the 200-day moving average. So if the 200-day moving average is not nearby, and it kind of closes near the high of the day, then it becomes a candidate. You know, and as long as it doesn't have earnings either. I don't want to hold a stock during earnings. Let's take a look at VEL as an example. Yeah, I mean, so this had obviously a nice week. The only issue I would have, I mean, it's not that bad, but there's quite a bit of resistance right around 777. I mean, it's not terrible because I mean it has some. If it ran up there on a percentage basis, it would be good. Personally, I'd rather not see this. You know, to be honest, I'd rather see it more straight down. I know you're just using this as an example, but this close as an example, 648. I mean, it didn't really move that much, maybe 40 cents before it pulled back. So you can also, I mean, I'm going to be shutting down pretty soon, but I mean, if you go to the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder, and you click on my 4 rules for swing trading. Again, you know, I'm one to talk because I rarely swing trade, but if I was going to, if somebody said you can only swing trade now, so you click on that and you'll get a Word document, and it will look like this. Okay. And as I say here, so when I do click on an alert, that's why I have all these big time frames. You know, so I'm looking at the gap. I want to see what the gap. Well, you just have to click on the room drive icon. Okay, it's a Word document, so I just click on the room drive icon and click on my 4 rules for swing trading and download. Okay. It'll go to a Word document. Then this is what's going to appear. And then, you know, where is that 200-day moving average? I don't care if it's above it, but if it, you know, it's in this particular case, it was way above it. Want to see when it's going to have earnings. I'm never, ever, ever going to hold through earnings. And then just for me, I like to see the stock close near the high of the day. So if it's got a huge gap like this and the 200-day is way above it, you know, it's not going to interfere with it anytime soon. And the reason I like it to close near the high, it doesn't have to be right at the penny, because I don't, let's just say for argument's sake, there's the SSL, okay? Come on. So what if it closed way down at 10. You know, it pulled all the way back down, 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 down. And yet it has a high of say 1082. Well, if you take the swing right here, say down at 10, I would always be worried, it's got to get through today's high. You remember now you have this tomorrow. So that's why I like to see them closing near the high of the day. Again, it doesn't have to be right at the penny. I just don't want to have to worry about how is it going to be able to break through today's high tomorrow. Not really. I don't really think of it like that. You know, but again, anything that goes straight up like this, you're always having to worry a little bit about finding some huge profit taking. But understanding the other thing to really understand is what is the sector? Where is this? What sector is it in? I mean, obviously right now, oil, the energy sector is super hot as a recovery. Now, you know, if something comes out tonight that, the deals are off between the Saudis and Russia or whatever, and oil collapses from whatever it is now down to $20, I mean, you're not going to be happy. Bios can be a real challenge to swing because, especially the cheaper ones, because they can come up with financing at any time. So, I mean, there are considerations. Okay, so Roberta, just click on that room drive icon. This is my opinion only, right? The room drive icon looks like a half open folder, and click on my 4 rules for swing trading, download. It'll go to a Word document and you'll see a graphical presentation plus some my rules, okay? You'll see that. And then you can also, I'll just put the link in. You can try looking at this. I'm just going to get the scan. Trend reversals up. Okay, you can take a look at this. What do I think of Val? Boy, this looks like, I'm surprised it's not a pink sheet stock. 188 million shares. Yeah, I didn't see this. Well, again, it's the right sector, isn't it? So, I mean, it's had some tremendous volume. It's a big float, though, for a dollar stock. 197 million in the float. I mean, the room it has is to 5. I mean, listen, if the sector that's drilling oil and gas wells, along with, rig and all the other ones, I mean, if they continue, yeah. I mean, it's come a long way. I mean, this is a little more crazy. I mean, from 28 cents last week low to a high of 231. So a little bit dicey because you're going to have to worry about a lot of people if they haven't already taken some profit. Yeah, it's a little too political, okay? A little too political, okay? So, guys, I'm going to shut the room down now. Thanks a lot for all the help. Another tremendous day. And I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock? No, not 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay? So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then.